Okay, we should be live. Is with confidence? Yeah. Yep. Hi, Dr. Raven. How you doing? How's your journey planning going? It's craziness. I bet it is. Not easy moving countries. I didn't have a lot to move. Oh, come on. This is annoying. Oh, nice. Scary times becoming real, right? So my first day live on 3 platforms. I'm live on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick all at the same time. So we'll see. Kick is not quite the easy platform to work with. Feel so real now. Yeah, it's when I moved to the US, I decided, planned it, and did it within 3 months. So I basically said, "Yep, I'm going to do it." Went, sorted it all out, booked the flights, booked everything, and sold all my stuff that I couldn't take with me, or gave it away. We booked out flights to move July 25th, and we have an Airbnb booked for a place to land in for a month. Nice. Wow. That's so cool. Australia would be a place I would love to go and live for a while. I can definitely see the appeal. Yeah. Well, wish you all the best of luck with that. So, uprooting your life is different. Bit of a challenge, but yeah, that's really cool. Always vacation and 12% retirement. Yeah. Now, are you retaining your US citizenship? Or are you relinquishing that as going there? The tax situation the US brings about. Because Australia's not cheap. That'd be my one big pause about even returning to the UK or something. Is like, I became an American citizen. I became a US citizen rather than an American citizen. But if I move back to the UK, then you know, there's some laws to avoid it. Yeah, I would hope there is, because that would scare me. Okay, so while I have the time to stream, I have one puppy in the puppy hospital. And one puppy feeling very lost, it seems. So we'll see how much time she gives me. How many times I have to jump up and try and get her to stop messing around, because she's going to be destructive. The US is the only developed nation in the world. There's one other country that does it, but they're not a developed nation, so yeah. Okay, so sorry, that's not a good noise to be making on down a microphone. I was just frustrated because this code was working the day, and now Ryder's complaining at me for it. So I'm going to put it back to how it was. This is a ng4 equals an item of items. Track item. No, that doesn't do that. Gotta head out to work. I'll catch you next time. I'll take a missing off one. Good to see you, Darraven. Take care. Have a great day at work. Yeah. Catch you soon. Okay, so you probably like Australia. You have UK blood in you. I do. I've been to Australia. I spent 2 weeks in Australia. 2 weeks in Australia. 20 years ago. I'd love to go back. It's the one country that I would ideally would love to visit again, even without my family there. I have cousins and aunts and stuff over there. We were in Melbourne and the area around, so Australia is definitely a country I do love. But Aziz, hello, how you doing? Welcome. Okay, so let's see if we can get this running. So the purpose of today's stream is to get my UI for the Agile platform starting to be built. I did some work over the weekend. This is a kind of random stream. Welcome. How is India today? Yeah, I figured that'd throw a fit. Okay, so this doesn't like highlight. The left side of this original chain doesn't include null or undefined in its type. Okay, so let's go and fix that. Highlight list item null. It does include undefined. Okay, please don't spam. I get you watching from India. That's very cool. Come on, dude. Okay. I don't want to start my day with banning someone from the chat. That's not very cool. I'd rather have a nice chill stream. It's an odd time for me. I'm a little late. So a little later in my day. I don't need to be having to moderate start. So okay, so we don't have I. That's easily fixable. We can do current ID. No, item ID. That fixes that. Then highlight does not include null or undefined its type. I like to differ. Right, it doesn't like it. So what am I missing there? Undefined. So what I'm trying to do right now is this was working the other day, so this is kind of weird that this is now not working. Also, the Angular 17 stuff stopped working, so something went wrong with Rider. Invalid ID reference. That's interesting that that's a problem. Aria active descendant. But there is no. The problem is there is no select 0. So that's okay. That's not being complained about by this. It's just complaining about highlight on here and here. Okay. So first order of business is fix this. That's clear. I need to get the index there. Well, I had Angular 17, so Angular 17 supports this, but it seems Rider has forgotten how that works, so it won't let me do that. And also, this is complaining about something that's invalid. So why are you highlight the ID, if highlight, and highlight the ID? I mean, that's going to build, but that's not right. I mean, it is because the ngIf will stop it from being. Maybe that's the kind of problem that's causing it. Nope. Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's now go over here. Okay, we've got the app up and running. So I just made these forms. This was working perfectly the other day. So the idea here is that you get presented with this page. You can sign in, which will launch a tab for Auth0, or you can register. So you can go through these forms, hit register, and yeah. So first order of business. There. Why is the layout all blocked? So I must have changed something when I added the validation or added the form group in here, right? So, okay, so that's the form. Form control, custom email. So class equals interesting. It's like all the spacings got removed. Right? Okay, that's fine. So UI is not my comfort zone for certain. That doesn't matter. That's going to format that. Div. Oh, hold on. Div class equals W 2/3. class. It's still wrong because yeah, they're now the right width but the wrong place. Let's call item center. Let's remove the form. Yeah, there you go. So the form is messing with the formatting. I can put that there. There you go. Whether that's the right thing to do or not, I'm not entirely certain. Because that would... I mean, the form's still there. It's just everything on the page now is part of it, and that wasn't the intention. So can I move it even further down? Or does it mess with the layout at the moment I do it? Okay, that's more appropriate. So the button, the already registered button, is up there outside of this, right? And again, Angular is not my forte. Or rather, client side is not my forte, but I try. Okay, so what is the register button doing? The register button is a submit button. This should call start registration, and then we should hit there. Oh, let's do it this way. I also need to make sure I keep checking here, make sure it's built properly. Okay, so it is hitting there. Is invalid. Right, so test.test.com, password. It is valid. Okay. So then it takes me on to the next form. Okay, that's working better. So the way this works is you get the detail. You start with the details, and then you move on to the next piece to gather the extra data. When you've selected this, you then actually be able to register. When you hit register, it will submit that and send you an email. So when you confirm the email, so that's the workflow we're working on, right? We're going to have to get the validation, the confirmation piece working, so it activates the account, and now you can log in. So then you can go to sign in, okay? So I can go back there. Now the problem is this should be showing me validation, right? It's not doing. Is that because I put the submit button in there? But it is clearly revalidating. So what happens if I go back to this and I go not valid. Name is required. Test. Test@test.com. Password. That's interesting. You must confirm the password. That one doesn't actually hit, so interesting that validation rule's not getting allowed. That's on the form. Ooh. Can I do that? Let's see. Passwords must. Why isn't it showing that? Fired. Set errors. Passwords match. Got a feeling that's wrong. Let's see if that changes anything. Oh, it still doesn't. Interesting. Well, hello. How are you doing? Yeah, Angular UI. So I am starting to put because I started late, I had to drop off Mr. Puppy at the vets this morning. On my day off, I decided that doing drink water wasn't very fair, and I'd rather do this and tinker with this on a stream where people may or may not be engaged. So because it's not a regular time, right? So yeah. So I'm tinkering to see what validation. Where can I learn this? Hi, King Coffee. Learn what? What do you need to learn? Why do that? Why does that not fire? Does it fire this validator? That's the point. Debugger. Wow. All of you coming in with the questions today. You okay? Hi, Connie. How you doing? Good day, Malvi. Do I write raw SQL? Yes, when I need to. Is .NET very demanding jobs? There is a lot of jobs out there. Is RabbitMQ better than Kafka? I can't say. Different use cases from my perspective. Is Angular harder than React? I don't know. I've struggled with React, but that might be just me because I'm not a client side person. So maybe. Libby's rolled out and live. I'm doing. Good to hear, Connie. Good to hear. Okay, so password. Okay, Connie, thank you very much. Why does that not get in there? Does it ever get in here? No. This is Rider. JetBrains Rider. It's my favorite ID. .NET can use multiple CPUs, not single threaded. Nope. It'll use whatever it needs to use. By default, the task parallel library will kind of decide whether it needs to run like timed or it needs to create new threads, and new threads will go to different CPUs. So it's not something you actually need to concern yourself with directly. .NET faster than Node.js and going. I believe it is, but I have no metrics to confirm that. Other than reading, things like the optimization of C# and .NET. has been a big focus for Microsoft. It is a very performant language or framework. But I have not used Go and I have not used Node in any significant amount, so I can't honestly say. But for what I do, it works and it works fine. And I have no thoughts that it would ever struggle with the scale of what I'm trying to build here. This is why I don't like UI stuff, because I get stuck on it for longer on little pieces than I would do if I was on server side. So why is that not doing that? What I need to do? Take that over here. So where are you in your journey, Malvi? And King Carthy, I mean, if you have any further questions, you're more than welcome to answer. Or to ask rather, not answer. The stream is not about me being productive. The stream is about me being able to talk about what I'm doing and trying to learn back end, what to pick, not sure. I mean, if you're looking for it from a job perspective, I mean, you want to look at what jobs look like in your area, I would imagine. What sort of technologies people are using in your area. Again, if you're fresh out of school or you're in school looking to move into the world of work, then, you know, employers don't necessarily need you to have a skill set to go into. And, you know, become a good engineer, just do stuff, right? Build things. Okay. Yeah, you gotta, I mean, there's no quick answers to be good, right? To get a job, to be able to do what you need to do to get by, a lot of developers get by, right? There's a lot of bad developers, there's a lot of decent developers, there's a lot of excellent developers, right? I'd rather have the decent and excellent developers than I would the bad developers. I don't know about leak code. I don't subscribe to silly little algorithm stuff telling me how you can code. I know that the big companies use it as a measure of how intelligent you are without giving you an intelligence test, right? How your problem solving works. But I don't subscribe to leak code being good for practice. I would rather see actual development out of you, and I'd rather talk about development. That's my perspective. So leak code tests, maybe. But I don't think that tells me whether you're a good engineer. I just think that tells me you can solve a quick problem. And I don't need you to solve a quick problem. I need you to think about, how's the software written? Is it written well? Is it clean? Is it readable? Is it maintainable? Can you fix a problem given a challenge, right? Very, very often in business, we're not presented with, here's this crazy algorithm, go figure out why it's not working, right? We don't implement sort algorithms on a daily basis. We write code we do a lot more code that looks like this than anything else. So I'd rather talk to you and understand your ability from that perspective than I would anything else. But I still feel I am probably one of the few in that respect. For international and remote job, what should I pick and learn to be called actual software engineer, not front-end dev? Again, it depends on what you want to do. I mean, you know, there's still solid jobs in .NET, Java, in other server-side languages, other frameworks. PHP is still very popular. Things like Laravel and you know the frameworks for PHP are still very popular. I mean, again, I would look at some of the companies you would aspire to go to and see what they're doing. What about SQL is required? I've met several people recently that don't really get SQL. And I wouldn't say I'm an expert on SQL, but I definitely can get by and construct. You know, so understanding, you know, a good engineer should be able to get through SQL, right? You should understand what an index is. You should understand, you know, why a query might be slow, what tools are available to optimize queries, what primary keys mean, what foreign keys mean essentially. If you're working in something like .NET, then you're using ORMs. So how does an ORM work, and how does that relate to SQL, and what challenges there are of that? You know, with Entity Framework, you get a benefit of having a nice object-oriented layer on top of the database, and you can write queries using code, but you lose some power there. So what sort of challenges do you have, and where would you put some things? What is a stored procedure? What is a function? Those sorts of things I think you should get to know and feel comfortable with. I don't expect a developer should know what good database design is, but the biggest problem with the way that a lot of devs work is they work on this. If I have an object on a screen, I have an object in the database. And it's not always clear cut, right? Like product on Amazon has some description. It has like sales information. It has reviews. It has all that. They don't get all put in the same table. They all come from different data sources all over the place. So understanding how to break up your data and how to design your data forms to be optimal is something that is lacking in talent from what I've seen from some developers. So I'd say, yeah, understanding what SQL means, understanding the options as well, understanding things like, okay, are there other options to SQL, right? What does no SQL mean? No. How does it help? I can't say, honestly. I mean, there is still a big reliance upon SQL databases, whether it be Oracle or SQL Server. Some depending on if it's more open source stack stuff, if it's like PHP, etc., you're probably going to get a lot more MySQL and some Postgre. But yeah, I would say it's kind of mixed. You know, and I have a different opinion on how. So a lot of companies will build to one technology stack, so they'll end up on database. From what I've experienced so far, and I'm not afraid to say, hey, well, let's use a NoSQL database over here, because I do want to use Couchbase, right? Couchbase is coming back into this stack. There's things I definitely think Couchbase will help with, but the using the right technology for the right job. Things like caching as well. Understanding what caching means. Where do you apply caching? What? Cockroach? Is that an actual thing? That is a thing? I have not met this one before. Let's have a look. That is an odd name for a product. From Mitchell, SQL database design file availability. Not logging in. So distributed SQL. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Ollie. I feel Stumble. How you doing? We use a GQL called Strawberry Shake. I was confused by that name. Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of Cockroach DB before, but that's definitely. I need to start a list of. It's all server based, so it's all cloud based anyway. So that isn't going to happen. Self hosted, yeah, nice. Um, that is what I like about IT industry. It's so diverse that you can be talented at some stuff, someone else can be talented for completely different stuff, and you both can have great careers. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to know everything. There's so much technology out there. Hey, Junicus, how you doing? I like art as well, by the way. Sorry, I don't think I said hello first. Perhaps they used CouchDB and then they found some cockroach DBs. I've infested it. Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, I think if you believe you know everything, um, that's quite arrogant. I'd rather be constantly learning. How's my stream going? Pretty good so far. I'm connected to 3 platforms for the first time today. I learned that if you stream to, so I stream a 2560 by 1440 because YouTube supports that, right? Twitch takes 2560 by 1440, but will only give you 1080p unless they're feeling nice and they'll let you upscale it for that day, right? So sometimes their servers will randomly, depending on load, give you the ability to see the stream at 1440. YouTube will allow 1440 maximum. But if you stream to Kick, you can't stream anything above 1080p. So it wasn't starting, so I manually set it to 1080p. So now it's downscaling 2560 by 1440 image down to 1080p. So I am on 3 platforms. How big is my 34 inches? Yes, but Twitch won't always allow you to have 1440p, right? Depends on how it's, because it'll let me stream at 1440p, but in general, Twitch won't let you go over 1080p. It's if they're feeling nice and the servers have enough load, they'll let it up a little bit. So that's why you're allowed to stream to Twitch at 1440p, but mostly people get it at 1080p. Kick is new Instagram. So but I figured I'd try all 3 platforms, see how the machine handles it. And it is. Have a quick look. I am at 5.1 CPU, 5.1% of my CPU load, and my GPU is at 37%. It's barely touching my system. Go to 3 streams and I'm streaming at 6 megaseconds across all 3. Yeah. At work, you mainly do .NET. No, sadly, right now I'm a PHP developer. In my daytime job. .NET is something I spent 20. No, not even Laravel. .NET is something I spent 20 years with, and it's something that I'm passionate about, and I want to get back to eventually. But I changed roles, so PHP, some Laravel, but not all. That's what I'm saying. You kind of got to look at the places you want to go to. Yeah, soon 30-year-old. Well, soon. Yeah, yeah. I've been doing .NET since I picked it up first in 2002, 2003, and I started working on my first project in 2004, 2005. So 20 years of .NET development. Yeah, went to bed at 4 a.m. this morning. Yesterday was a long day, and it was from .NET first came around in 2000. It was late 90s, late 99, 2000, I think, and it launched in 2001. So I just know I was working on a .NET Compact framework on mobile devices. Yeah. It's been around a while. Oh, great. So let me show you what I'm working on today. So because I started the stream late, because things are not, I'm waiting for a phone call to see if my dog's okay. I figured I'd start up a stream and do some of the stuff that I was going to tinker with anyway. So I am working on my registration form for Liquid Sky. Liquid Sky is my code name for my Agile project. So the way it works is if you're registered, you sign in, and that will open up Auth0. You log in, and you'll be taken to the landing page to be built. Otherwise, you can fill in this information. So if I do this, I'm getting reacquainted with Angular and validation. I hit register, I get taken to the next screen, and I've got some issues with UI, but it's generally working. Right. And you can go through here and yeah. PHP. I started using PHP actually before I started using .NET. I was working as a developer in 2001, and I was working in Delphi, Fall and Delphi, and then 2002, 2003, my boss asked me to work on a website, and I built a PHP site. So my first commercial site was actually a PHP. This one, this drop down, this is a country. But yeah. Yeah, I'm just collecting enough. So I basically collect an address and a company name at the same time as you collect a customer name. And you read a fair bit of COBOL these days. I don't write much COBOL. Yeah, I actually started working in '99 as a basic developer. Ooh, Assembler is something I've always wanted to touch. I've just never sat down and got my head around it. I did it in college, which is actually what got me into programming. And we got to turn on some lights by pushing some instructions and whatnot, and it fascinated me. Oh, we were writing to a floppy disk. That's what we were doing in college, and then turning on some lights or something. But I just don't know. I think if I was going to do any assembler stuff, I'd probably do, is it 8086? No, not 8086. It'd be NES. Whatever it is. So I'd like to do 6502, yeah. I'd love to write like an NES game or something like that. You register the user on the first page and then fill up all the information. So this is one screen broken down into 3 steps. So you collect all the information, and then when you hit the last button, it calls register, and when it registers, it takes you to step 3 to just say, hey, it's finished. Go and check your email. Yeah, 6502 would be yeah, all's required because you need an email, a name, a password, and then a company name and address. Nobody asked what I do x86 in order to shave off a few bytes when doing small x86. Yeah, you were saying about your talk, right? You've got to cut it down by 50%. You're in a one-line chat yesterday, right? That's fascinating. That truly is fascinating. Yeah. I'd love. There's a guy on YouTube that does that's been building an NES game, and it's like I'd love to do it. I don't even know how to even start or how to sit down and even understand what I'm doing. So writing a game is hard enough as is, but then sitting down and trying to write a game using assembler, that would be mind-boggling, I think. So I think just getting Hello World on a screen would be a massive achievement. But I've got things like this I need to succeed at first. So okay. So I'm going to worry about the validation later. What I'm trying to do right this second is figure out how to make this validation do the right thing. It should be showing a fifth message, which is passwords must match, right? So if I do that, right, that's not that, right? You must confirm passwords required. Oh, a password is required. Must confirm the password and passwords must match, right? But the passwords must match is not firing. Did you get authentication working? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Kind of. It's not working perfectly, but it is actually doing the validation. I got it in the head and stuff, so it was working. But I didn't want to pick up water, drink water because this is an off stream time. So I figured I'd do my regular stuff today. And hopefully not collide with any other streams. But far better. Eh. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to figure out is why doesn't this fire, right? What do I need to do to get that to fire, right? So initially, so it's not a confirm password validation, right? Right. Yeah, I got it working. It does make the request, and it's all part of the actual application now, so it does hide things and show things properly, but it's not foolproof, so it just needs some more work. But it definitely is calling the head and validating the token and all those sorts of things. So yeah. And I think you might be sort of in. I think what we should do is return some profile when we log in, and then store that in the user. Yeah, let me hold on. Let me make 100% sure that I push that code. I believe I did. Did I? Let me push then. Yeah. Either way, it's there now. So validator or ops. So you can apparently do that. right? What the? I love IntelliSense stuff, but like, why does this not like this? It's not assignable to parameter type of validate a function. Okay, so that's not assignable to that. I swear this makes it up as it goes along at times, right? What is a validator function? Let's go find that out first. Validator fun. It takes a control. And returns validation errors. Oh no. Okay. Must return a value. Okay, so return null. Right, that doesn't accept that because that needs to be control, abstract control, any. Right, so that signature matches now, but that doesn't like that. So why don't you like that? Types of validators are incompatible. Oh, it returns a validator function, not. So they should return a validator function. Oh no. Right. That's not that. How is Rider for editing JS going for you? Is it behaving, or do you think you want to give WebStorm a try? I am starting to think that this is a mistake to use Rider. It's yesterday, no, Sunday I was working on the code, and I got so Angular 17 comes with some new stuff, so you can do @4 like this. It was working fine, but now today it's whining that it's not valid. So I don't know whether that's. I definitely had it working. Is .NET harder than TypeScript? I mean, depends on what you're doing. How hard? I mean, to me, it's all nice readable code. Why not use Visual Studio Community that's made for .NET? Because I don't want to. I've used Visual Studio for 20 years. And it's an overly bloated piece of software at this point. It's not. I mean, it's got better in recent versions. It's definitely got faster again. But things like ReSharper, which I still enjoy using, are built into Rider. I don't have to worry about them, so the tooling is much smoother. Rider is a nicer IDE to work with. It's easier on the eyes. And it's also familiar, right? If I'm working in this, then I go to my database, it looks the same. If I go to PHP Storm, if I'm doing PHP stuff, it looks the same. If I download WebStorm, right? Come on, right? I download WebStorm. Let's go get WebStorm. Right, WebStorm. Let's see. We'll actually test the whether it's a better TS experience, or rather Java Angular experience. I found VS Code to really kill the machine if I use OmniSharp. Yeah, I'm not a fan of using VS Code for .NET development. Mr. Anhorn is. He uses it more than I've seen anyone use it, and he uses it on some big projects. So he's definitely got it optimized. I went back to VS, but disabled all analyzers. JetBrains didn't make anything for C#. Well, JetBrains created ReSharper, which is the saying you're the biggest user of VS Code with .NET that I know regarding its problems. Good morning, by the way. JetBrains created ReSharper, which has been around since the early 2000s. It's been around in Visual Studio for a long time, and it's kind of the reason why the tooling in Visual Studio improved over time, because the analyzers and stuff that ReSharper brought for improving your code and changing things around were just unrivaled. So it was a very worthwhile investment. When they came out of Rider's just IntelliJ, just built for C# and .NET. So yeah. So, but ReSharper in Visual Studio is still now because there's a lot of analysis from the Visual Studio tooling as well. You now get 2 lots of code analysis at the same time. New dev kit in VS Code is a bit set up for VS Code. OmniSharp sucked. Gotcha. Yeah, Microsoft have been investing pretty heavily in VS Code, haven't they? So let's actually try. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try and open this project in WebStorm and see if it changes my beans. Open. Let's go to D. Dev. Prototypes. I should move this out of prototypes at some point, right? That's a lot of folders. View. No, not view, is it? Clients. So Angular view. Client app. I think we're there. Trust the project. Okay, let's move that over there. Get rid of that. That's the worst thing that they imported. Let's see if this will sync my settings. Oh, why did I do that? This always fails. Watch this be the one time it works. It worked. Oh dear. Push settings to account. There we go. Let's see if it works. Try that again. We got a lonely puppy today. My brother's in the at the vets. I gotta keep an eye on her. Interesting. Settings things on. assume at some point it would load. Anyway, let's have a look. Zoom, IDE, zoom everything 100%. Let's zoom that a little bit more. Okay. Let's see if this works any differently. Source, app, components, models. I gotta do some studying up on what it means to write some cleaner I'll organize Angular code. Okay, so let's see if this will actually wow, that does not. I wonder what I need to do to get it to actually sync. OmniSharp crashed all the time. So again, Angular 17 supports item of items, right? Yeah. Requires track parameter. Track item. Yeah. Okay, this supports it. Not really what I want to be doing. So the idea being that basically what you can do now is I can get rid of this, right? And then I can do that. And I can do that. And then, yeah. Yeah, no, that's invalid, but yeah. It looks like WebStorm's a little further ahead with its tooling than Reshard, than Rider, which is not the end of the world, but it's like, really. But again, from a consistency perspective, right, having the three look the same and behave the same. If I can get this to sync its settings down, it's weird. The dialogue, there's no pull here, right? So how do I get? Does it just eventually go? Oh yeah, here you go. Here's your settings. Or do I have to press something else to get it to actually pull the settings down? Settings sync was broken for quite a while, from my perspective. But anyway, let me know on the stream if you're trying to read anything. If because obviously now I'm in a different IDE. I probably have to change something anyway. Yeah, I think fleet is meant like that, but I'm not messing around with that now. Code editing, font. Yeah, let's go. Let's see what we're using over here. There's actually a. I really need to get more cost. JetBrains Mono 18. 18. At least we're. Whoa. Zoom out ID. There you go. That should at least look similar for that piece. And the navigation on the side, I don't think you really care too much about, but. I see that VS22 got some big updates to the external tunnel feature. I hope Codespaces comes back. I really prefer VS proper for most of my dev. Yeah. It's this is interesting considering I've got, you guys in the stream right now. I was talking to Deflux about cloud stuff, right? And obviously, with the application laid out like this, right? It's definitely kind of infrastructure stuff, right? This is like laid all out as virtual machines and whatnot. And obviously, for me to deploy this to the cloud right now would be kind of expensive. from everything I know. I could go with like low plan stuff to get it up and running, but if anyone used it, I would actually quickly have to make them pretty reasonable instances, I would imagine. But either way, obviously the deployment story, the difficulty there is, you know, there's a lot to deploy, there's a lot to lay out, etc. And it was like use functions, right? Use what's it called? So there's infrastructure as a service, which is what this would deploy as right now. Platform as a service, right? Where you're using cloud components to actually compose the application. And then software as a service, everything's just cloud based. But your big spend might be Kafka, for Caprice. Actually, I've got a solution for Kafka. But anyway, one of the things I raised when we were talking about it was development isn't just about the deployment concern, right? We get stuck on this need to obviously put it somewhere because that's the way we want to do it. But the development, how does a developer work with it? How does a developer deploy with it? How does a developer work, right? Because if you're using functions, if you're using Azure functions or lambdas, etc., you can't do them all on your machine, right? You can't just build everything. So what does that development flow look like? How do I get to that? Because it's very important that for productivity, you have to be able to maintain an application. You have to be able to work with the application, and if a developer has to go through DevOps every time they need to do something, then that's a challenge. So it's kind of one of the concerns. As for Kafka, unless they have changed it, Confluent Cloud, pricing. Come on, pricing by Confluent Cloud. There you go. Well, they are the creators of Kafka. So if I was starting small, right, and I was validating that Kafka was the thing for me, this has a maximum of something like it has a maximum set of topics or whatever, right? This costs a lot more than you might think it does, but $1.50 an hour, that's still kind of expensive, right? But you can still validate on their free platform, and it is usable. There's no actual limits. Other than like, I think it's like there's a number of topics, so I'd have to if I went beyond like 15 topics, 3 partitions, I could have issues. But for validation, I could single my brain's all over the place because I just saw a work message and I'm trying to ignore it. I could do a single partition and get it working there. So there is an option for Kafka to start with that would not cost anything, and it would be allowed to be used because it does. And then you can just upgrade it. Now, obviously, if I did that and then all of a sudden I started to actually have paying users, upgrading would be a little bit difficult because I've been building it for that cheap scenario. But I could do it. So hosting Confluent in the hosting Kafka in the actual AWS or something would be not cheap. Yeah. So I do have an option, right? What's this? Angular 17. validator function. Form validator. I want custom validator, right? Custom validators, validator function, control, abstract control. There's no control here. What's the control? So the way that's written, right? I go into step 1. Yeah, okay. So the thing it's complaining about is this is a validator function, but this is not valid, right? So, keyboard shortcuts. Yeah, it's PHP Storm. Interesting. I'll note this for work and side project research. I have used it. Now, the moment you start an account with them, they're going to get pretty aggressive about calling you and messaging you and everything. They want you on board. They'll give you extra money. If you do cost anything, they'll allow you to use it. But yeah, well, the people at Confluent are actually very good. So the Confluent Cloud is definitely there for, you can get used to it. So this is the form control. So what is the control in this case? So I'm going to move this off. If anyone's interested in the link, let me know. But I'm going to move it over here so that I can see it without flicking back and forth, because I know that upsets people as well. I have 2 Twitch windows open. That's interesting. I hope the people on Kick are enjoying this as well. Yeah, the 2 viewers over there. I have 0 followers. Let's go here. So what this is saying is this is a control, abstract control, but what is abstract control in this case? Because I'm doing it on the, is it going to give me the form? Validation, errors, or null goes to, right? Oh, that's just because I'm not returning anything yet. Return passwords match false. Passwords match true. I'm so used to Control KC for formatting, or Control KF, whatever it is. Control KC in PHP Storm and in this, because this is using more IntelliJ controls, opens up the commit window. That's Alt 0, but Control KC also does it. So I'm gonna have to figure out the key mappings. So what is the control in this case? Let's go there. The control in this case is our form. Okay, it's our form group. Okay, so const password equals control const form. No, const group equals control as form group. If group equals null to null. So if we get the validator on the wrong thing, the word Kafka makes me cower in the corner. Also, fuel simple. Not good experiences. Group dot controls password const confirm password equals group dot controls confirm password. If confirm password dot errors and not. So this is if not, if there's an actual error, i.e. I haven't entered a confirm password yet, this is just going to do nothing, right? Okay, otherwise we can do that. Okay, so we can do see, this is changing the state of that, whereas this is returning a validation. That's interesting. Okay. Try something, Dev. Welcome. How are things today? Things are good today. Thank you. How about you? So let's do that and return passwords match dot true. Otherwise we'll return null. That's gonna get me every time. So what's the format code? Code auto format. The format control alt L. Doing well as well, thanks. Good. Hey Junicus. Thank you for my first follow-on kick. Appreciate it. It's funny as well, the OBS tool for signing in, so no, the chat tool, sorry, to add the kick chat to here, to the teleprompter thing, it just assumes that you're logging in, whereas Kick allows me to log in with Google or whatever. No, it's absolutely not a copy. It's not a green version of Twitch at all. It looks nothing like it. So, anyone joining new to the stream, what I'm working on right now is I'm working on my Agile Platform dev stuff. So I am trying to build, and gotta find the right diagram. My apologies. I'm trying to build a platform based around planning, based around some concepts that I feel that load file layout with client. Oh, I forgot to save that one. Yeah, just similar. Yeah. So I am building a platform for ticketing, planning, stories. Right. I have some beliefs on what makes those things not work in day to day. So I am going to build my own version. Right. Success or failure, I am proceeding forward, and I've built quite a lot of stuff already. Right. So I have tenant management working. I have planning. Nice. Glad I got in there with TBD Gamer then. I figured I'd carry on the same pattern. So I have planning is kind of the piece I'm focused on right now. And the way this works is data comes in through the APIs, gets saved through the actual individual systems, gets promoted through Kafka, which I'm hoping I'm not giving Fuel Snable some nightmares here. And then it produces those things to Kafka, and it's consumed right now in this view database, right? So these topics are all consumed into this database, and now I'm creating this read API. This is a GraphQL API right now. So I'm going to learn about using GraphQL. And what I'm specifically building right now is I'm building the front end login and registration form, so that I can get through that and get users logged in. What this has actually allowed me to do by building some form of UI, with my great design skills, has really started to let my creative juices flow in terms of what am I actually doing, what do I want a user to do in the application. And I think that's the lesson I've learned so far, right? So when I started with very much the concept of I want to build APIs, right? And I want to focus on APIs because I feel that when we get involved with the UI, it influences what we do in the back end, right? We create objects on the screen, we create objects in the database, and I think it very much changes our approach there. So I kind of dismissed doing that, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to build APIs, I'm going to work on everything that way. And then, I've kind of changed my mind a little bit in terms of, okay, well, the more practical thing to do here is build something, so I can see something, I can start to work with something, and planning is the middle ground because it is the thing that will allow me to flex the ideas without too much extra work beyond getting these pieces in. So having started the UI stuff, I started to realize that what that does is allow me to think about what do I want a user to do, right? What should that experience look like? And with that experience, what do I actually want this user to be able to do within my application? What sets my platform aside from a Jira, aside from a Trello or whatever, right? So that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm building this form and trying to put validation in here. I'm trying to be as robust as I can. It does generally work, but then once we get to the register and it goes through, I need to swap it out for the API gateway. I need to start flexing the gateway pieces because, again, once I get to the application, things change again, and I've got new challenges. So that is what I'm focused on. However, for the stream, if you have questions, thoughts, opinions of what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, I'm okay to discuss it, right? If you believe there's a technology I'm using that you don't think I should use, share your experience, right? That's why I'm kind of prompting the Kafka thing, right? I want to know what other people have experienced. I want to at least see if my experiences match up, or share my side of the story there, and see if other people have had different experiences. So the stream is not about productivity. The stream is definitely about the ability to talk about technology, to engage with technology, and the coding is kind of the background thing, right? So let's go and fix this up. So let's reload that. Okay, so that's now in there. So blah blah. That does not fire. So why does that not fire? Well, hold on. Does it fire? It just doesn't do what I want it to do, right? This will get me the controls, right? It's got me password. It's got me confirm password. The value is null. The value is null. Well, that's not right, is it? Ah. So that would make sense. They're both null, so they're never going to match. So how do we do that? What have I missed here? So I've got the control, and then in the page, my form control is set to my field. Am I not getting the value right? Angular validation. Close that one down. Just close the window that I wanted. Yeah. Angular form control. Yeah, right. Angular 4. Now some of this stuff hasn't changed, but the problem is that some of it has quite drastically. So I want to make sure that if I'm going to get information, I'm going to get it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Data flow, template, reactive. Okay, come on. Dispatch, nope. I've yet to even understand what signals mean for me in terms of Angular, so this is going to be quite the journey using Angular. Reactive forms, form group. So I'm doing something like this, right? Where I'm saying, okay, this new form control. Maybe that's meant to bind to them, right? No, that doesn't bind. That doesn't bind at all. That's not what that does. As far as I know, that's not what that does. Because I'm going to get them there anyway, if that works. But it looks like actually I get the controls password. I don't even need to do it that way, do I? Because I've obviously got these. That's interesting. It's going to read weird. Let's put that back here. Okay, fine. Getting there for every control. Oh my goodness me. You fire a lot. That is very chatty. You still null though. Or not? Ooh. Okay, so it is getting the right value now. That is because the default for this is all null values, right? So that's why this was, because I was setting it, what I was doing there, I wasn't binding it to those variables like it would be nice to do. I was setting it to the values of the registration, which by default are null, so it wasn't changing the null. That is what I understand there. So hold on. So now here, confirm password is not the one that has the errors. It's the form, registration form that has the errors. So blah 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 blah. There we go. Password. There we go. Okay. Lesson learned. Ooh, deep drop off. Someone go live. Okay, so we got that working. We got that validation working. So now I think I probably want to put. So how do I hide validation until Angular hide validation until submit. Disabled form pristine. That's fine. So let's add that in anyway, because that's registration form. Oh, I gotta keep doing that. Obviously, disable is not provided by. Yeah, so that doesn't support that. Oh, it was not on there anyway. It was on here. Registration form. Okay, so turn password. Yeah. How many reputation you get in Stack Overflow? 24, 27. I haven't used Stack Overflow properly in years though. I've not replied to anything, asked anything. I don't find it as useful a resource as I once did. Yeah, 14 years. Yeah. So I just don't think it's as good a platform as it once was. I don't think it does the same thing. I think AI has kind of changed the way we develop. A lot of people. There's a lot. There's a lot of naive questions there from me as well. So Stack Overflow. So okay, so we have this. That's fine. Is there an actual disabled? Let's see. What is this? This is Tailwind CSS disabled. So I actually am using, by the way, Tailwind controls, Tailwind components. I do have a license, so yeah. Buttons. They're disabled. Disabled a style. Disabled buttons. CSS. Tailwind. So you are using Tailwind in the Angular? Yes, I am. In general, I like it. Is it a style I can do? Can I do something like disabled? Oh yeah, I can do. BG color, BG gray, 500. Let's try that. Nice. Okay. So, oh, why did you enable? You shouldn't enable. Actually, why am I doing pristine? Oh, pristine is. I'm a dingleberry. It's not pristine. It's not valid. That's what I want. pristine is when there's nothing in it, right? Um, so the moment I enter something, yeah. So let's do test, password, password. There you go. Okay, now we can go forward. Okay. Now we're gonna hide validation. For Tailwind, by the way, so what I do is if I'm generating a component, so the drop down list, which we're going to work on again afterwards because I've got to tighten that up. If there's a component, I use Tuing. Yes, Tuing. Tuing.dev. And what this does is I can paste the code from the Tailwind component inside of here, and it will break down the control. It'll break the JavaScript out, or the TS and the HTML into the control, so I can build a control out of it for myself. Tailwind doesn't provide any native Angular controls. I think they give React. React works well, but yeah. So Tuing is that one I use. But it doesn't support Angular 17, so there's some features in there that are, yeah, Angular don't show validation errors until submit. Yes, I have. Yeah, Flowby I looked at, and I think I had some issues with them. What did I have issues with them? Yeah. Deflux, how you doing? Good morning. Yeah, Flowby. There's a button right there that says explore components. Whatever. With it. But anyway, yeah. Come on. I just said that Stack Overflow isn't as relevant as it once was, but when you ask a question, Stack Overflow still comes up above everything else. Sleepy puppy. What I'm trying to do right now is just avoid having the form validate till I hit submit. I'll worry about creating error controls and stuff later. I made a site with solid.js. Is that the one that someone mentioned the other day? I think I was on this the other day. Yes, I was. Yeah. Am I going to regret looking? Are you in professional mode or troll mode? Am I going to see like dancing chimpanzees and stuff on a screen or something? But oh no, I'm gonna see dancing chimpanzees. Oh no. I will leave it to those of you in stream that care to go click on that. Not very scalable. It is not dancing, but it is what I feared. Yes. uh, Keyboard Cowboy, welcome back. How you doing? I'm sure that will go down well with athletics. So, audio form fields. How do I? So this isn't answering my question though. This is just showing me a load of stuff that shows validation. How do you avoid displaying the validator or deferring the validator until got pulled into a meeting with my boss yesterday because I boycotted scrums and stand-ups. He wants me back in there. I said as soon as I add value to it, adds value to me, I'll attend. Boycotted stand-ups and scrums. Yeah, that's well, I think you're quite the opposite of the snowflake, but it says more about your organization that you feel that you have to do that. Um, right. Uh, that's probably not very good from their perspective because you are in a silo. You stand out on your own. You don't have to report to anybody else. There's no benefit for you being in meetings that share information with other people when other people don't do anything you do. Again, and this is the exact problem that I feel that I want to get to is those stand-ups and stuff. If you're working in a team, should be useful. If the planning is more focused, right, then the work's there, and you don't have to have those meetings if you don't want to make it a part of your organization. And I want to get because a lot of organizations don't benefit from it because they don't build teams. Our CTO quit Friday and tried with a lot of extra meetings with OKR, so new CTO is more realistic. Zero defects is not an OKR. Yeah. Like, Agile sounds great if you can actually be Agile, but if you can't, you're just putting a label on something and then not doing it, or doing it so poorly that it upsets everybody anyway. So they're not. Submit. Doing it right. We'll worry about. I'm going to worry about patterns. Email validation is one thing, but doing things like the password length, etc. stuff, I'll do that afterwards. That's once I've got the general form working. On submit, this submit equals true, right? Oh, so I actually have to put is submitted. Really? I can't defer it? Right, so I'm tracking submitted. Is that really the right way to do this? It seems kind of janky. Like, there's no way of saying delay until validate on submit. Do I know if a field is dirty? That's a good point. Is it dirty? If customer name dot is pristine. I have is pristine. If not, well, hold on. That's kind of silly though. I can't do that one because that only fires if the if it's got text in it. That's why I have SOAP APIs to clean up the dirty ones. Okay. I don't want to do. I don't. It feels wrong to do. If error message. Get validation. What are you trying to do? Not firing the checks? Yeah, I just wanted to display the validation errors when I try and submit. But hold on, it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Well, so let me think about that from a smart perspective, right? This doesn't activate until all the rules have passed. I think I'm getting hung up on something I don't need to get hung up on right now. I think I'm good with the form. I mean, yeah, that's the problem. But it can't because I've made it so that the form has to be valid. I can't hit this button until, so I can have one or the other really. I can have, okay, don't show the errors, so, or show the errors. What does this pristine do? Let's test this. Password is required. So if password.pristine. If not password.pristine, right? So that doesn't show. There we go. Okay, so that is why. So I just need to put if you've changed it at all. So customer name, if not customer name dot pristine, right? So if I put something in there and move out, it doesn't work. But if I remove it now, name is required. So we can start to put these back underneath the relevant controls. Name class equals error label. That's not an actual thing yet. You can put that. The email class equals error label. Email is required. Password is required. that one. So if not password pristine, if not customer email dot pristine. Just a joke at this point. Are you rolling run off? No. This is if I hit sign in, this will pop up a that's an auth 0. So that's why I'm building it this way, right? So I'm registering it. So this will go through, and then when I confirm it, it will actually fire off to auth 0 with the user, and then you'll have to go confirm the user. And when you do that, that's the next piece. Right? So this application, no self-rolled auth. The water drink water app, where it's safe to do that because it's meant for a learning exercise and it's meant to keep it from having external dependencies. Yes, I would never at this point. I would not roll my own auth at all. Okay, so these two live under here. I think kind of learned by now. So if not confirm password dot pristine and confirm password dot error, you can see how instinctive it is. It's part of my workflow. Okay, there we go. So I do test and then I delete it. Name is required. Okay, there we go. Good. I was gonna say that's a solved problem. Yeah, in any major if I'm building an application today, I am not doing anything anything with auth if I can avoid it, right? I'm going to outsource that to a separate service because it's just not something I want to do. So auth 0 works pretty nice. It integrates nicely. I actually still have to follow up. So Corey Weathers, who does stream, did offer to, I asked him if he would be interested in jumping on the stream sometime and going through auth 0. He works for them. He's an evangelist of some form. What are you hitting to go to the Git stuff? You're trying to format doc. Yeah, it's Control-Alt-L in here. Keyboard key map. By compact mode. How much? Experience of behavior, key map. Is that the one I'm used to? Yes. Okay. There we go. Control KD is format in Visual Studio, and I have Rider set to do the same. So that's what I was hitting it, and I was like, and Control-Alt-L is that in when it's in that one. Okay, so yeah, if we can do that now, test goes away. Email at test.com. Delete that. Yeah, email at test.com. Password. Blah, blah, blah. You must confirm the password. Password. There you go. Okay. Phew. My apologies. Step 2. This needs to have liquid sky. Label. That muscle memory. Yeah, tell me about it. Let's do this. We need to know a little more. Please provide information below. Started. We need to know a little bit more. Provide information below. So this is going to get repetitive. I'm going to have to try and see if I can find someone who knows more about. Ugh, that was horrible. I don't like overly familiar forms. I don't know how anyone else feels about them. Like I was about to type, let's finish up, and I just don't. Maybe that's me. But yeah, I don't like overly familiar. To finish, please provide the information. I'm just trying to keep that synced in there. So, what I was going to say before is I want to look at automation tools to go through this. Yeah, there you go. That's a little healthier. I don't like the wrap. I could have get that working. So just as a routine, which I should probably make as a automated chat message. But if you're new to the stream, if you're joining for the first time, feel free to ask questions. I do not need to be productive on the stream. I am all about learning and growth, so I don't mind talking about what I'm doing, explaining what I'm doing. This code is not open source, but it is something I do on stream a lot. So I guess that instead of register on the first screen, you could say with like next step and then on the second screen. Maybe even alluding to the form there are multiple steps. Yeah, true. Just raw source. Let's do this. You are right about that, Junicus. Step 1. Let's make that proceed. Right. TwitchCon Europe tickets on sale. Hey, One Lion, how you doing? Been lurking, but I'm now just now able to lurk with sound. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you hanging out here. Even the lurk, obviously, it does help. Thank you. I don't think anybody in the stream really needs production. Case, I would recommend another .NET developer doing another platform. Looks way awesome and has more entertaining things on the stream than I do. Welcome. Yeah, shucks. I mean, it's freezing cold, like in the 70s or something, right, Unicus? So, I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna worry at this point in the stream about putting any sort of validation on the passwords. Obviously, I'm not going to allow my password to be password. I do have to do that, but yeah. So we're gonna proceed. We're gonna go through to the next step. So let me share my what's the tool called? Figma. So I do have. I spent a long time working on this over the weekend, and an embarrassing amount of time actually. What I'm trying to get to. Let's see if it brings up the app. I have been ever since on TBD streams. I'm saying it's 81. Oh, 81, yeah. How will you cope? So what I'm trying to do is obviously this is my Figma design from the weekend. This looks a little nicer. I kind of prefer the Figma one than I do my actual one, but yeah, nothing's going to be perfect. I can always work on this later. I think it's because I've got no shadows and stuff, but whatever. So the idea being that I go through this phase, I register, I sign up, and then I'm going to get taken to a landing page. So this landing page will be the work that I have to do, right? And I'm kind of thinking about what information I want to show on here. Do I really need to take away your VIP? Oh, 2 a.m. You were 1 a.m. Did you make another one at 2 a.m. Flux? I asked if it was professional or it was trolley, and it was trolley. There you go. click it at your own risk. It's not not professional, that's for certain. So anyway, so I want to lay out the application. Obviously, the idea being that there's as little noise on the screen as possible. That's kind of what I want to focus on, right? So all that you care about is things that you need to work on soon, right? So the review date, these are ordered in review date is the idea, and then you can click in to view them, right? Menu, I was trying to learn my way around Figma, trying to learn how to do things. And then, yeah, so I kind of created a layout for that. So this is what I'm aiming for, but I can't get to that until I can actually register. So you did write a bit more UI. I thought you only worked on those forms. I mean, I did it in Figma. I didn't write it. Like, this took me, no joke. What was it? I think I spent all of Saturday afternoon working on this, and then all of Sunday getting to this. So yeah, they're going to teach me some new Figma skills. I have no idea how to use Figma effectively. I'm trying to figure out my way around it. Like I've kind of figured out I can make components, so I can make like a representative drop down and stuff. And then I was like, and I know that I can make repeatable elements and so yeah, actually defaults that crossed my mind, because if I'm going to do this, I want to do it properly, right? And doing it, I think if I'm building an application of this level, I should take this seriously enough to say, hey, there's an actual a design, there's a plan here, and I shouldn't just kind of throw it together as I go. Will it let me do it? Oh, yeah. But I'm kind of the same. But it did cross my mind that but I'm not someone who can just listen and do. I have to tinker. I can't just take it all in and then use it again. I have to tinker and build. Yeah. Watching his streams though online, I would recommend if you haven't been there. He does a lot of it on stream as well. So he goes through design and stuff. But yeah. Although he may stream a little late. So anyway, this is kind of my plan, right? So this is what I'm aiming for. If you haven't seen the platform before, this is what I'm working on right now. So I'm working on this read aspect, right? So this is meant to have. The idea is that my client, get myself used to this still, right? The goal would be my client what are you doing? You know, reads all its information in from this GraphQL, and then it can insert data and it goes in there. So I am separating reads and writes completely. We're gonna learn some things along the way there in terms of how this is laid out. Oh, nice. He's a Kiwi, so it's like, yeah. Is this microservices? No, this is not microservices, right? So whether you call it a mini monolith, whether you, I don't like, I never like trying to settle on here's what my application fits in. I kind of like to build the thing that I want to build and not worry too much about whether it fits neatly in some sort of definition. Is it practical? Is it maintainable? You know, that's what matters more than anything else, right? So the way this is built out is I'm breaking it down into kind of components of my system, right? I'm breaking it into things, logical groups of behavior and data. So tenant management, owning the tenant, data, the organization, the users, everything about the organization and the users, the company itself is in the tenant management section. Data is still produced to the other systems by Kafka because they might need to know about a tenant or they might need to know about a user, and so that information is allowed. And actually, as I get more into this read database aspect, I actually need less of that information in those other systems, right? But so I'm breaking this down into kind of, some people do deem it a mini monolith, in that there's going to be a monolith, but they're workable services. We still follow a pattern that you know and believe others could follow, most likely. Yes. So I am kind of aligning to clean architecture, and I am using CQRS patterns and tools. So my APIs, I have endpoints. The endpoints have, they use mediator. This is mediator, not mediator. Mediator. I want to make a video on using mediator to effectively break your application up. And I keep getting stuck on the whole mediator on the mediator pattern. Yeah. So anyway, I send commands. The commands go into the application layer. The application layer does a thing. It's as brief as possible. It's unit testable. It's nice and clean. And this then publishes a domain event that then gets subscribed to if it needs to listen to it to do anything more. So when I add a planning item here, it publishes the integration. This publishes an event out to Kafka, an event being basically the data, and then any other system can consume it. So in this instance, my consumer is my view database right now. So now over here in my view, I have a consumer, and I can receive that planning item, and I can save it into my system. And this is a read-only version of it, right? So it's saved. There's no eventing. There's no special things here. And now I've got a GraphQL endpoint on here. That means that planning item can be read out and then queried in GraphQL. So it's repeatable patterns, a design that I can work with. I'm not scared to change anything. If something doesn't quite work or something feels wrong, I want to change it. Right now, it's GraphQL. The goal is GraphQL hard to make than REST API? I've not used GraphQL properly before. This is my first attempt seeing if I can do that. So the difference is, and again, I'm more than happy if anyone has any more thoughts or opinions on this to jump in. But the way I'm building this right now, my write databases, my ticketing, planning, tenant management, they're just stores for the core data, but they are the owners of that data, right? They are the source of truth. Not to constantly shout out people, but did I mention Yo-Yo-Po? You did not. Is it just Yo-Yo? It is Yo-Yo-Po, right? Yo-Yo-Po is a... No, that's not. Find the actual channel. And, yeah, okay, there you go. I only tried GraphQL once, and it had so much more setup for me on top of using EF. That's fine. I think that's the beauty of Twitch, right? I think there's so many different opinions and views and abilities out there, you know. Yeah. So here's where I'm going with GraphQL. Right now, I'm using Ardalis's specifications library. So my query looks like this. So it has to be authorized. And then what I do is I get the tenant identifier from the user and I feed it into a spec. And this is literally just getting everything it needs. Right? So I'm not exposing my DB context. Now, doing it this way is kind of messy because these includes will always do the joins, right? Whereas if you use DB context purely, GraphQL is a little smarter about it. So I might switch this out, right? But I kind of like the way the design gives me the code. So the idea is this database here will be optimized for that read scenario. So the relationships, all the data that lays out, it'll be optimized for that, so I can give the right level of navigation through all the application, and the GraphQL can be actually more sprawling. If I break these up as they are now and try and do something clever with GraphQL, then I make a mess. So using GraphQL against this more distributed system is impossible. So that's why I'm going this path of reconstituting the data into a read-only model. And again, this database, ultimately I will have tooling to export all the data from this to this so that I can wipe this out entirely and rebuild it from scratch, right? So if I change the design of this or I change whatever, I'm not joined to that. So GraphQL is going to be a bit of a journey there. REST APIs, again, I don't like using the word REST API because I'm never truly creating a REST API. It's not something I focus on. I kind of focus on the resources, and if I align to REST, then yeah, so be it. But I'm not putting navigational components in there, so I don't like to say I'm using a REST API because it's technically incorrect. You never know who you're representing yourself to, right? So, yeah. So it's very much an experiment, but I can experiment, right? And that's the beauty of this. I can take this data in. We should start calling it REST-E. Yeah, kind of there, but not quite there. So as long as I'm taking the data in, I can reorganize this piece, right? So I can experiment with GraphQL here and switch it out later. Now, what I'm going to have to do, and this is going to happen very soon, right? Like before I go too far with this application, I'm going to have to put an API gateway in front of this, right? Because technically all these are APIs, right? So this object here really becomes, right, this, and this is the gateway. Right, and now there is only one address that this goes to. Says confident, right? And then this comes in here and this comes in there, right? So an API gateway in front of all this, so that from the client's perspective, there's only one address, but it goes to different pieces. So that's going to be the I've got it set up. I can do it. So I use console and I use Ocelot for the API gateway. So I've done it before, so it's not something that I'm scared of. It's just it's time consuming. But from the perspective of the application development, it's a good solid move because now I can scale my applications out, I can build them out, I can split functionality up, and as long as I just change my gateway to point to the right API, there's no harm. So from the client's perspective, I can actually keep the client intact. I don't have to worry about my backend design. And again, the same way, if my write behavior changes, as long as I publish the same events and objects that are expected by the read will be fine, right? So as long as I'm doing that, it's all okay. So I can rearrange things bit by bit. And all that feeds into is being more confident in the application as a whole, right? Can I change things? Oh, well, if you build a traditional tiered architecture, and you add in functionality, you're building everything in these services, and I kind of want to create a demonstrator app for this. If you're building all these services as just big, the typical monolith, right? The bigger it gets, the scarier it gets to change, because you might have dependencies over here, or you might have dependencies over there, and you end up with fear of the development path. And I think that's something you have to eliminate in all development. You have to eliminate fear to change. Because, you know, just saying, hey, we need to refactor this isn't enough to fix the problems. Okay, so rant over. My apologies. I'll get back on with some coding. But GraphQL, yeah, keep an eye on this. I will definitely share any experiences I have or any. And again, if you have thoughts or opinions on how GraphQL should be laid out, please share. I'm happy to discuss it. So let's proceed. So where were we? So we have this part working. Password, right? We can go to step 2. To finish, please provide the information below. So we have this information. What I was trying to find is a good source on what a standardized address form looks like, right? I think definitely in the US, we are guilty of Americanizing addresses. So I'm trying to figure out what the right wording for these fields are. But this is only several of these are required, right? Yeah, it's definitely challenging to find the right names. I say, I thought that up recently. Let's just invade everything. Of course you do. Let me find a little. That'd be cool. Thank you. Keep the current city location name place. I'm waiting for something else there. Schema. What am I doing? Whoopers asleep. Okay. So the names I have are street address, region, locality, country, and postal code. Code. Yeah, this is the challenge, right? I would assume so. 123 Main Street. That would kind of be locality. Yeah, locality. Because the problem is the state can often influence if you have lookups on these things, right? The state. I don't want to put lookups in there right now because I don't validate the address necessarily. That could be a refinement later on. So yeah, so that's street address. I have 1 and 2, street 1 and 2, but I can get rid of 1. I can get rid of 2. So underneath, these are labeled slightly differently as well, which is even more confusing. But I feel that is kind of a necessity when it comes to register endpoints. Oh, hold on. Links are not allowed. Hold on. You should be able to post a link if you've got one again online. Yeah, so underneath sublocalities, city, town, or village, state, province, or region, postal code, country ISO code. So what aligns that? State, province, or region is, yeah, region is state. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Locality is city, so that's that. The sub-locality is the only thing I don't need there. So if I get rid of those two, now here's the question: what did I build my logic on? So I do have two stored procedures, which drive me nuts. In my database, it drives me nuts that I have to do them, but there's a benefit for it. So I have. Oh, okay, yeah, it would work fine. Those are the only required fields for that. So I use the address, city, town, or village, and the postal code to guarantee uniqueness and country. Ah, search for tenant. So yeah, same. So I'm consistent. Okay. Um. So what that does is it cuts down the names, squishes them all down, and then hashes them so that it compares them on hashes. So, um, yeah, which doesn't work perfectly for the. But it works enough right this second. I don't want to switch that out anyway. But the point there being that I don't need those two. I don't essentially need that, but I'm going to capture that. So we can probably get rid of. I have to lose my ears for stand up soon. Since our PM is out of the office, it should be an actual stand up and not last 1 hour. Nice. Nice. Well, thank you all. Well, then, appreciate it. Um, what are you validation of the address? There's no validation right now this second, so I don't need to do this piece right this second. Yeah, so I want to guarantee that you can't, because a company name could be duplicated, but a company name with an address is unlikely to be duplicate, right? But I'm not doing that validation here, right? So I probably want to rethink that anyway. So what will happen is if I hit register and it's a duplicate, it's just going to go there, and it's not going to do anything. Which is why my little demo failed the other day. Yes. Yes. So I probably do want to do a little bit more in terms of validating the address. I probably have a service to call for validation. I probably want to show a tenant already registered. So let's do this. Let's get rid of. Let's do street address. We can get rid of let's get rid of sublocality. That can be null, that's fine. That can't be null. So 4 out of 5 fields can be null. Let's get rid of that. Street address. Street address. Let's get rid of that one. This is going to go wildly bad, wrong now, but it's fine. Street address. Let's get rid of sublocality. So, once I get an application working, and I can come back over this and tidy up. What if a company has a main office but wants a tenant for multiple divisions and they want to use the name, the company, and the main office address? I think if that was the case, there'd be a head office. So there could be, because if you think about it, an organization might have, because this is built to be an organization level thing. An organization could have, like, I work for an organization, they have Jira, there's many boards in that Jira, but the parent organization has a completely separate Jira. So it'd be a different address, at least a subdomain. So you could have one billing account, but billing is something, again, that I'm going to have to consider as a later scenario. So maybe in that instance, I want to allow the parent company to register a child company, right? Or register a child, like, yeah, for right now, I'm doing this purely to identify that it's a different tenant. Yeah, because you don't want to just keep registering the same thing. Right? So, but yeah, I get your point. It's worth considering. Very worth considering. So let's have a think about that separately. But let's cut this down to a bare minimum right now, and then tests should fail here somewhere. Apparently, tests don't fail. Street address. Street address. That goes away. That goes away. Street address. Create. That goes away. The address. Goes away. Away. Street address. By the way, are you generating the identifier as a GUID? Or are you doing a type of select? It's GUID, yeah. Yes. So line 2 goes away, sublocality goes away. Right now. Again, this isn't, I mean, this is going to change my schema. But I think this is cleaner right this second than doing this. So street address, sublocality, away, address, go away. I think this is worth it, what I'm doing here. Address. Address. I'll find the string. That's okay. That's how stand-up is run. Nice. Good job. So, you know, hey, I do have stuff. I do have tests. Change the code, not the test. Okay, now the test is broken. Okay. Let's go back around on this one. Street address. I kind of prefer the simplified format, so it's good for me. You know, again, one of the things I'm focused on. I don't really know. I don't know if you're. Oh wow. us know. um, that's 81 like it. Is that what it feels like for you, Junicus? It feels like the end of days. There you go. So, again, when it comes to stand-ups and things like that, right? I think they should be short because, again, what I want to do with this platform, what I'm aiming to do is, I want to make it so that you don't have to make them about accountability to anybody but the team, right? The stand-up should be hey, I was doing this, I'm stuck, right? It shouldn't be about accounting to yourself to managers or PMs being able to say, oh, why are you doing that, right? It should be very much focused on what the team needs, right? Thank you for your follow. You will have to help me with that name. I'm gonna go with Zilla Kata Zingera. But yeah. Welcome. Thank you very much. On 82% humidity. 36 Fahrenheit. -3 Celsius. Oof. But yeah, we often focus the scrum or whatever, the PMs there, like, oh, where are we with this? What's happening with that? And they get into the details. And I think one of the things I want to do is make it so the developer doesn't have to deal with those sorts of questions. The typical swim lane scrum board isn't a developer tool. It's a management tool. It's meant to give an oversight, an overview of where everything sits right now. So by introducing the concept of a review date to a ticket, to a story, to a planning item, by breaking out the planning item. Hey, Kenny, welcome back. Thank you. You're good. So by breaking out the concept of a review date so that things can't just get lost in the mix, right? They are constantly reviewed and people get notified about progress on movement within the system. People don't have to ask the question because they can see where things are, and I can create views that are focused on what do you care about versus what does someone else care about. So I kind of want to make it so that when you log into the application, you just see a list of things you need to do. You don't need to worry about where things lie or which swim lane they're in, because you don't care. As a developer, you don't care. You care about the work. Exactly. When I lead it, we do, what did you do yesterday? What are you doing working on today? Any blockers? If blockers, do you need anyone to help and block you? If so, schedule a time with them. Otherwise, if no blockers, move on. Right. And that's all you care about as a development team, right? So the Scrum should be that, because it's the development focus. When a PM or anyone else gets involved with those things, it becomes about what they need, other things, and that's a different meeting, right? And again, what I want to say is, hey, this item has gone into development. Its review date moves forward to the estimated time of completion, or it moves forward 3 days or whatever. And when you hit 3 days, if it's still there, it'll ping a message to them and say, hey, this is still in progress. But notes and updates to that ticket along the way will also happen. So if you add a note to a ticket and people are subscribed to the ticket, they'll get notified, hey, you go. And now there's obviously the challenge of noise, right? That's a lot of noise. So I am kind of working through my proposal for what does it mean for noise, right? How do I prioritize things, or how do I focus things? Is it a daily? Because obviously a review date is a date, not a point in time, as far as that goes away, and then that up there. Every time each dev gives their, I worked on this, the PM is like, well, did you consider this? Are you also working on this? What about the other thing? And I think that's the point at which the PM should be escorted out of the stand up, right? Because the stand up isn't about that, and it should be about the focus of the team. And why is the PM bringing that up at the point of stand up? Because it should have been brought up at the point of planning. If you miss things, then the developer should call them out. There's this comedian that did a stand up about living in Pennsylvania while there was a snowstorm, but it's in Spanish and definitely not PG. Ah, gotcha. Sorry. Yeah, my wife is a Spanish teacher. Yeah, sorry. We need more generative AI to translate it and give it the same information. After he's been discussing the one item in detail, he'll say, "I'm sorry, guys, I kind of wanted into the weeds with that. Please continue." Oh, who's running it? Yeah, the stand-up is not focused for that. That's I think Dota there's a name for that. The after the stream, after the stream. It's funny. I actually used to call when I did stand-ups with my team. I don't do them now at this point, but in my previous company, I'd actually say stream when I meant stand-up and vice versa. So I say after the stream, after the stand-up. So yeah. Let's see if all my unit tests still pass. Is my behavior correct? Yes, my behavior is still correct. Okay, so I've removed those fields, so let's go to the database stuff. Tenant management. Tenants. Oh, tenant addresses. That'll be addresses. So it's okay for me to do this because I'm in development mode, and yeah. But yeah, I want to. My focus for this application stack is not one of I will do that. Thank you, because it's not one of it's developer productivity, but it's actually more focused on the planning piece anyway. It's okay for me. Trust me, I'm a developer. Said no one ever. Or believe no one ever. When I first joined a company that did that daily stand-up meetings, I was horrible scared. After day 5, I realized no one is really caring about it. It was more like a chore than informative. But that, again, that's the problem. It's meant to be a quick moment in time where the developers just say, "Hey, do you need anything?" So they're not disturbing each other or blocking each other. It's not meant to be a management meeting, and it's part of this. It's part of the what's the word? There's a name for it. The Scrum Master owns it. But it's not meant as a management meeting, and that's my focus on the application stack is for management, because mostly what happens is organizations create more processes, they create spreadsheets to track things. They've got people, where are we with this, where are we with this, where is management, etc. That is a good point. I'm the same. I'm fully remote, work from home. When you have a team and that team's distributed, it's like that can be a team building thing as much. So, which I think is also important. Team building exercises outside of that are also, I think, they should be done to encourage more interactivity. But yeah, so management generally want to know where you are with things, when they expect them. Are you overdue in terms of, right? Has it expired? Has a sprint gone by and you haven't moved in it? Like, if it's, and one of the things I am going to focus on is the ability for a single thing to track across different teams. If a piece of work is necessary to be done, but it's blocked by another team, management should see it, and it shouldn't rely upon a developer to say, "Well, I thought someone was working on that." It gets moved to that other team. The same piece of work gets moved. That's one of the things I'll be working on in this piece, so that you don't have two teams having two boards and having the same piece of work represented in both sides. There's one piece of work, it just gets moved out and moved over to another team temporarily, and it tracks that flow and it notifies when it gets moved over there. Well, every time I hear this kind of talk, it's something I wish I could do in my career. And there's a lot of outside our mind. I'm happy with doing solo dev work, but I know that there are some things I am working on that will affect other team members' dev efforts. I like working with other developers, right? I like. I mean, I'm self-motivated in terms of my energy to pick up new technologies, etc. But I like having a different perspective from time to time. I like having someone else's. Once you've used the technology a little bit, you kind of used to using it in your own way. So yeah, our team is a bit imbalanced. I just read, if it's not apparent by now, I have to look down when I'm talking if I want to keep my concentration, because I will often lose it quickly when I'm looking at the screen. I will read the comment before I actually process. But anyway, I like working with other people because I like the different perspectives they can bring. If you're working with the technology, they can challenge you to understand a little bit more about it. They can push you a little bit differently. When it came to working with Kafka for the first time, I had we'll go with energetic conversation with my colleague, to the point where we got asked if we needed to be separated. Because we had different perspectives, and what it came down to was he was mostly more right than I was, and I was going to abuse the technology. Now, looking at it with hindsight, the way people use Kafka, I was right, but I would have been wrong, right? So I now use it the way that it kind of is intended, as far as I can tell. But again, without that conversation, without that interactivity, so I do like having other developers. It's kind of why I stream, right? If you have a team of super junior people or super people who are not really engaged with technology in general, then it's you don't get any benefit. You don't have those conversations. So yeah. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, so we're gonna get rid of. We're gonna get rid of. Let me make sure. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get rid of some locality. What this does mean at this point is all my test data gets wiped out, right? So we get to test something here. So tenant management is completely blocked. Now I don't publish the address at this point, so it's okay for me to deal with this. But all we're going to do is we're going to drop that database. I'll comment less often. I'll just type it out and wait for you to finish your thought. No, it's fine. I'm used to doing it. It's just the way I kind of work. So if I jump back and forth, just realize it's because I am finding as I get older that I have probably a few more attention issues than I thought I did. I'm kind of, because I'm really interested in your experience and thoughts. But yes, that is also the reason I stream. Yeah, I think that streaming attracts people who care more than some employment will. So, and I've definitely found it about this community. It's so awesome to have so many great developers around. Okay, so we've just dropped that. So now we need to go back to here, take all these scripts, and move them into there, and see if they run. Okay, they don't run. That's fine. That rolls back. So this is one of the things I love this. The reason I stream is for the memes. Streaming is the meme for you. You're not streaming for memes. Or is that the point? And I'm being dense. Street address. Street address. The address. That search for tenant. Street address. Street address. So, one of the big difficulties doing this sort of stuff, right? You're about to see one of the challenges here. When you're developing this sort of thing and you're developing this in this manner, two of three statements failed. There's already an object named. Okay, so that's tenant management is not there. Database does not exist. Right? They'll not create the database in this one. Ooh. Yeah, that'll be why. Text file 000 tenant management. So I'm deliberately not going with migrations with this, because no, I'm doing way too much for migrations, and I don't like the idea of trying to manage all those different migrations across the different systems. So I'm not going migrations, I'm going pure scripts for now. I can always create a migration point in time, but I don't have enough experience using migrations effectively to trust them enough here. So yeah. What I was saying about the what you're going to see is you're going to see the difficulty in having a distributed system and what it means from a development perspective when you have to do what I'm doing now, right? When things start to go wrong and you have to reorganize your schema, this is about to get painful. Okay, so that's why that is. So I'll probably re-standardize these scripts later. You can see they're in a bit of a mess right now. But let's go and drop them in there again. Run. Boo, boo. Database ls.tenant management. Like, oh dear. Yep, that'll be why. Standardizing names. This is inconsistency. This stuff. This is definitely going to trip me up. So I need to kind of review at some point and say, hey, what are my databases going to be called? What's the standard for naming? Else healthier. There you go. Okay, so yeah, but what you're going to see now is obviously now I have a load of invalid data, right? So now I've got to essentially truncate everything in my system. Naming things is hard. Naming things is very hard. Absolutely. Speaking of doing this in a standardized way, can I ask a GitHub question? You can try. So, let's see how good my database schemas are. Yeah. And also, you know, even from a even from that perspective, even if you change your style or you realize that you're wrong on something and you need to reorganize it, going through and making those inconsistencies. But if you're working with a team, right? So one of the things you won't see in my code bases, by the way, is a lot of comments. You will not see. I can click through pretty much everything in this code base, and you will not see a comment, right? It's something I definitely don't believe in using a lot of. So I don't need them for references because I'm writing code that I feel is readable. If I can't read it, I change it. But when you're working with a team, I think you should always reassess things. And if something feels painful, definitely come back around and say, hey, we need to change that. But then not be afraid to change the patterns. Self-commenting code, yeah. So not being afraid to change the patterns you're using because it's hard. So inconsistency can come around, but as long as you're all clear on what the consistency is, then moving forward, changing things is better, right? Even if you can't refactor everything. Okay, so I have a main branch and 2 featured branches. One of those featured branches is now completed and has been merged into the main branch, making my second featured branch to become behind. So should I create a pull request to merge main back into the feature branch? Or you rebase, if feature branch 2 was merged off of feature branch 1, you could rebase feature branch off main so that it gets all the changes, and then do the PR back in so it now has only its changes. Excellent, agreed. Comments are to be avoided. Better to improve the code than subscribe to its problems. Pretty green color. Quality it's just something I've really come to appreciate. The more code I've written, I really, and if a comment goes into code, there are times when you cannot avoid a comment. There is some code that you can't avoid a comment. If you're working with a team, you should sit down with the team and discuss why that comment needs to be there, so that the team agrees on the actual wording of that comment, right? So any comment in the code should actually be a collaborative effort, which might sound silly, but it stops it being that developer has that idea in their head at that point and writes a comment that makes no sense to anybody else later, right? If the comment's going in the code because there's some genuine confusion over how it's going to work, and I don't mean you don't leave a comment like, oh, this is terrible, let's look at this later. You should never do that. But if a comment goes in the code, it should be an agreed upon statement that explains why that comment's there without question. So merge one branch, continue doing dev in F2 until it is ready, then before the PR, merge from main to F2. Yeah, you don't need to do PR, but you just merge back main into if you want to, or a rebase is essentially a merge back, right? I still like the XML doc and public methods and properties, depending on what your API requirements are, right? I think that if you're developing an actual library, then that sort of stuff can be helpful as well, and especially if you're doing an actual public-facing API. Like none of this is public API, so I would hope that you don't need. So again, the way I lay out the code is I don't use controllers, I don't use minimal endpoints, I use fast endpoints right now, and I align a kind of behavior. In this case, it happens to be an item to a verb, and that verb does the thing. So there's a standard practice for that. But again, if I brought someone else onto the development with me, and that was a sticking point, then we could discuss how we do that and address it and improve that process for everyone's benefit. So you do not, as soon as feature branch is complete, you still not rebase or merge all of the feature branches. Yeah, I would do, because that's the point at which you're going to, unless you need changes from that first branch, which I would doubt you do. You wait until you're done with the second. Yeah, so the comment thing added in to make decisions more clearer. I mean, again, if the code is written I mean, look at the way this code is written, and I have written systems like this, right? So it's not like this is completely naive. Oh, look, you're not doing anything complicated, right? I have written systems like this before, so I do know that I can do this. So I have a thing called register new team, right? If I'm working with developers and we say, oh, that isn't called registering a new team, it's called adding a new group or whatever, right? We'd rename all this to groups. So this would be add new group, if that's the actual verbiage we'd use, right? So you go here, there's a standard practice, this is a command, it has a handler attached to it. It's going to do that thing, right? And the logic, if the team exists, then bail, otherwise create a team, right? So there's very much, yeah. So when there is a thing that is maybe stupid because the Twitch API does weird things, add a comment to explain why it is like that, for example. Otherwise, I would stumble over it and ask if I was just dumb. Right, but that's kind of going back to my own scenario before, right? Where I said, if you were working with a team and that behavior was not clear and you could not make it clear because you discussed it with a team, then that comment goes there because there's no other way of writing that code. So that code is not, I mean, I disagree with putting comments in like, oh, this is stupid. Oh, I hate this. Fix this later. I actually do have examples of code from recent memory of there's comments like, oh, I don't think this works very well. We should definitely improve the performance of this. And it's been there for 6 years. Is it still a performance issue? I don't know, right? So you don't leave comments like that in code, right? If that's a performance issue, it should be tracked separately as work. The team I'm on, each of our branches are based on ADO work items, feature bugs, etc. Main branch is locked down, so the changes need to be merged in using PRs. One of the developer reviews the PR and approves, and that gets merged into main. All the other developers eventually merge main into their working branches. Yeah, you can rebase, but if you actually look at what a rebase does, it just merges it into, I believe, it's a merge. I don't, and also you get into the whole world of squishing commits and stuff. With merges and stuff, so I don't know what the right way to do it is, but yeah. Okay, I'm not going to convert that right in a second. So what I just did before I went on a bit of a tangent on comments, my apologies, is I decided to test how good my scripts are and if they're broken in any way. The query's cancelled on one duplicate reports, so that's not there. Sometimes this IDE does get a little bit confused over what exists. Oh, it's really in use. There we go. Okay, so I'm okay. Overlapping with anyone. Oh, lost some viewers there. Okay. So that might seem kind of silly to do, but I definitely believe when you're developing an application, especially of any size, that if you can't test these sorts of things as you develop, like you should not be afraid of anything, right? You should not be afraid of recreating your application or because the more you practice that, the easier it becomes, the more confidence you have in it, right? So again, I'm going to recreate these databases because it's the right thing to do, right? Because now all the data's gone, right? So if there's holes in if there's holes in my scripts, then this should identify those problems, right? And I should be able to fix them and move forward. I've always rebasing when I have a branch that was based on another branch that wasn't main, and I merged that branch into main since those changes were needed. Then I rebase back to main. Every other time for branches based on main, I merge from main to that branch after other one. Yeah, there's something about like again. I think there's something about they refer to it. Depends on if you look at Git flow, it's kind of like it's a bad practice to merge that back into that, but you rebase it anyway because you need those changes, right? And then you avoid merge conflicts into your main branch. So merge it back and rebase essentially the same thing as far as I understand default. So yeah, I want breakfast type food at 1 p.m. and everybody's already doing lunch type food. I went to Wawa for some coffee after I dropped the dog off this morning, and I had um, um, I got um, maple syrup waffles and bacon with my coffee. They were pretty tasty, but not ideal breakfast. And I told you about my sandwich maker, right? I've never had chicken and waffles. The Hamilton Beach sandwich maker for Christmas. Uh, makes awesome little breakfast sandwiches. So I can make like muffins all the time. English muffin, cheese, some egg. Yeah. Okay. So okay, so the tickets is working. Okay, so I've got the scripts for that, and I should be able to recreate the view. There we go. Okay, so our databases are back up and running. The application, the tests say they passed, right? So now I've changed my address to be this. So let's see if I can get it to do full stack. Back in the not so good old university days, I used to go to a place called Joe's. There's two Joes right near us. Yep. We just ordered a plate of bacon and poured syrup all over it and endless coffee. See, like coming from the UK, American bacon took some getting used to, but I can see the benefits in like they're both pretty good in their own rights, like British bacon and American bacon. Get burger and add an egg and call it breakfast. Hey, get burger, add fries, add fried egg, put bun on top, egg runs down. I like the crunch of the fries in the burger. So yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's see if we can start the full stack up. Oh, for reference, by the way, I've been in the US for 16 years, so I've been here a while. So this is what 16 years of living in New Jersey sounds like to a British accent. A place called Munchies was only the place on the high street at 5 a.m. Oh, so doesn't it? I have one of those too. Yeah, greasy spoon. Okay, that's not starting my full stack. That is not full stack. No. No, 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 no. What are you doing? Okay, let's address what full stack really means. There's yeah, that'll do it. Okay. let's. Oh, did that? So I had the one rule set to when the others are finished. So if I so the way this works in multi-start for Rider is I can actually say when something finishes. So if I shut down a part of the application, I can actually have applications that then start up to clean up and do things. So yeah. Since it's a competition suddenly, I forgot to mention that I go to Joe's after all night binges. I went to classy stuff. See, I missed out on the whole school thing. I didn't go to college. Oh my god, I'm missing out. Eh. Okay, here we go. Eight applications. So this application is actually getting kind of sizable at this point, right? I have 47 projects, most of which are the application is 33 projects. So it's getting kind of big. Well, is a binge? Binge. I do alcohol though. Yeah. I mean, I did get the alcohol thing out of my system in my early 20s, but yeah. Okay, so let's go. So, Chris the Dolphin, hello, how you doing? That's addictive content. Real that I was addicted, but eventually it was just stop drinking altogether. Yeah. Okay, so let me go and I need to go and clean up Auth0 quickly. I'm not going to bring up the Auth0 dashboard. It doesn't really do anything for the stream, and it's dragging more windows around. What I want to do is clean out all the users that are in there right now. That way I don't have to. Glad Auth0 does not charge per user created, because that would get kind of expensive. I've been creating test data for weeks and not cleaning it up. On a programming note, our release is out now. Hey, cybersecurity took longer than the release since we had a customer login functionality. What is this thing you speak of? So, on the topic of testing and verifying, though, I do want to spend some time on more UI automated testing stuff, especially while I'm early on in the application. So that might be coming in the next couple of weeks. There's two aspects, and one of them I kind of in your Discord I actually alluded to. I am looking at using, obviously with the state of the application as it is, understanding where data is flowing, what events are happening, the number of events that are happening, the amount of information transferring through the system, metrics and monitoring are something that are key to what I'm doing. So introducing open telemetry is something that I want to tinker with. I've been tinkering on the side a little bit, and I need to get it working so that I can track. Because one of the benefits, and I'll go into it in a second, of doing this the way I'm doing it is the when an application component does a thing, right? I go in here. Now I can put, because I'm using Mediator, I can put before and after behaviors on here. So I don't need to add logging into these things. So I can add a logging behavior without touching this code, because I do not like seeing iLogger injected and log I'm here doing this, doing this, doing this. That drives me nuts. I don't see any value in that. And that stuff, when it creeps out into production, what value does that have, right? I don't want to, in the end, go into my logging and see millions of got here and things like that, right? Yes, I know that they should normally be debugged, but they're not always put in as debug. So I can put behaviors in here that intercept this and say, hey, I'm executing this. Here's the command that I'm firing in, right? So then I can recreate that. I can test that. I can do all sorts of stuff with that data if it fails. I can also track that it failed. I can also see how many times I'm calling things, where things come from. So open telemetry is something I want to lean very much into before I get too big with this. And then further to that, automated testing, get those pieces in here, and start to be able to run a set of test suites against the application routinely to make sure that it's still behaving. Nice. I don't see too many value tasks in the world. This mediator library does that. So I replaced mediator with mediator, and it uses value task. So although I'd imagine most of my stuff is kind of ending up as a task anyway. But anyway, let's go and let's see if we can register a tenant. So let's register first tenant. Hey, Sally the Goose, how you doing? Let's go with D flux. Might as well immortalize. So this is going to be street address now, right? And we need to change our schema a little bit. Make sure this works. Register post. The street address, city, town, or village. Don't need that one. State, province, or region. So this is the bare minimum now necessary to actually determine. Do you find this client better than Postman? Yes. Insomnia, I definitely like a lot more. I actually am going to start looking at using kind of creating a project library of HTTP requests inside of in here, because you can actually run them and there's some good tooling inside of Rider for running the HTTP requests, but I prefer Insomnia because it's just more lightweight. Postman got kind of heavy. Random sign note when the quality dips thanks to Twitch. Aye. You look like John Oliver. I'm going to take that as a compliment. I mean, I don't sound anything like him, but I'll take that as a compliment. We got up to 5 viewers on Kick before, by the way. Food ordered for better or worse. Ooh. Okay, so if I run this, let's see. Oh no, invalid object name, notification outbox. Ah, yes, that would be a problem. So here, thank you. I'm going to have to look into OpenTelemetry. We've been struggling to find a way to track app usage. I honestly think that in general, people take this like log everything approach to application stuff. What I want to do with this is, I kind of want to add tooling in there so I can turn things on or off as well, and I don't want to affect my core code. That's one of my key requirements. So I can add interceptors into the, or rather, behaviors into the pipeline for Mediator. I can track events, so that's one of the other things I do. I can actually create a generic event handler Feature flags is something I'm going to lean into. I actually do have feature flags enabled in one of these pieces just to test it. I think I do, yeah, feature management. So this actually does, I turn that off, it will not register the Auth0 user, which, yeah. But I can lean into extending the system or logging from the system without actually touching my core code. Do metrics, number of clients created, number of users added, number of everything added. I can track everything. So I kind of want to understand what my logging scenario is, because I think OpenTelemetry gives you that ability to set that up. It's kind of like I'm using Kafka to publish information. With OpenTelemetry, you can kind of put pieces in there that just fire the information, and they're transparent to your actual application, but they're being published, and you can consume them, you can manipulate them, you can do what you want with them. You can even stream them out into Kafka. Yeah, it's how am I doing? Oh yeah, notification outbox. So that failed because I did not recreate my notification outbox. Love it or hate it, the way I build this system is when I go to create something and it publishes an event, that event does not get immediately handled. It goes to an outbox. The reason being that if I have a transaction rollback without that outbox there, I could publish the event and say this thing happened, and then the transaction rolls back, and my data's now published to other systems saying, hey, I exist, and I've got to clean up that mess. So what I do is I actually wrap, when I'm making all the calls for setting up a tenant, that's in a transaction. That transaction rolls back because my outbox is a database call. It just that rolls back with it, so I don't lose or gain. I don't have information that I need to clean up. It cleans it up for me, but it's not. So it's against Mediator. It's actually a library that I built. Oh my goodness me! How many windows do I want open? I have to figure out how to become less chaotic with my number of windows. TB develop. So any kind of additional libraries I build around this system, what I do is I share them. So I created sagas against Mediator. Whether I'll use them, I don't know, but there are some scenarios. So if you need, hey, this happened, I need this to now trigger this event. That's what that's for. So it kind of creates an ongoing process. So if many things have to happen against an object for it to trigger another event, you can do sagas. And I also created the outbox, the Mediator outbox. So this is SQL Server based. There is an in-memory one for testing, but yeah. I can't stand the way up. There's telemetry. That would be better. Event viewer and a service installed on the machine to send specific records at certain intervals. Not event viewer, but Windows event logs. Yeah. Again, I think that's the event viewer on a time and use Windows automation to scrape the UI would be impressive though. I think any business kind of goes with we want all the information because they don't know what they want or what they need. So you end up putting stuff in there to try and capture everything, and it's just not helpful. It's pretty easy. Metrics are the simplest thing to identify, I believe, because metrics are more equals better. Yeah. How many customers are being created in a day? How many tickets are being added? How many tickets are being completed? Those sorts of metrics make sense. That's pretty simple stuff, and I think that when you're doing story planning and stuff, you can identify, okay, what information do we want to know from this? So metrics are the simplest. Logging, again, what you won't see in my code base is a lot of try catches. I don't put try catches in there because, especially while I'm in development, if something's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong, right? I want to see everything. I don't care, right? Now in production, if that isn't there, that's a major issue. I want that to log, but that's a fatal exception in my application. I want that to log, but do I want to log that I hit here and got there and did this and did that and this is recorded? So superfluous logging, I think I don't believe in. And telemetry, how many messages per second are going through, kind of feeds into metrics. But are things slow or things fast? From a responsiveness perspective, every hardware test that the user runs at gets one telemetry record, and the ones that are done in the UI get two for the same test. The second one is the same as the first, but includes IU. Right. Yeah, and I get it. Like, the first time you need the error message is the I don't log that, right? But I just don't. I don't want to add stuff in. I definitely the agony for me. Suppressing exceptions, discarding result makes me kind of sad. Right. And again, especially in development, I think you shouldn't be. I think if you're writing try catches, especially try catch exception in your development, that's risky. That risks hiding stuff later on. It will be detrimental. So. So let's see. So notification outbox. Do I have a script for that? Is the question. Oh, there's my tenant management one. Ah, that's why. Ah, kind of built it as an incorrect part of my system. I do not have. Script for creating that queue. Do I have it in the repository? Is the question. Kind of why I went over there. Scripts. SQL Server Outbox. There we go. This also acts, by the way, as a a log, because now any event that gets published in my system is recorded here as well. So yeah, Fuel Sim was like, as well as showed it's like removing the battery from a smart extender. I mean, sure, it won't beep anymore, so I guess it won't disturb your sleep. Dear. I thought fire alarms, smoke detectors just had to beep, because that's the way they are on Twitch, right? Constantly hear beep, beep. That drives me mad. Okay. So there's our notification outbox there. We also need notification outbox in planning items. So, well, fun fact: the Mac keyboard shortcut is Control-Shift-L for creating a new query tab. The Windows shortcut is Control-Shift-Q. On the Mac, Control-Shift-Q closes the window, I believe. So definitely when you're using development environments and they're the same, you got to make sure they're the same. Okay, so planning items now has that table, right? Notification outbox. Tenant management has a notification outbox. Tickets will need one as well, so let's just create it. Do it again. Where? What time are we? 12. Oh, wow, 12:30. Okay. Let's go and create. So we've got it up and running still. So let's go and create this now. So you should be able to create this. Okay. But now we've got loads of events, right? So our tenant exists. So there's our new tenant. Did I say? What do I call it? First tenant? There you go. That's first tenant, right? So tenant was registered, created a first tenant. Our user exists, right? There's deflux, right? Our planning items doesn't get that. Our tenant users should have a new record there. That's deflux, yeah. Immortalizing deflux in my code. When I'm doing this sort of stuff, I don't mind creating kind of quirky data. If I'm writing unit tests, I never do quirky data because it sits there and is immortalized. Okay, so what we should have now is our view should have a tenant record. Both events fired. So friendly Angular sign first tenant. Our users exist. And our user information is populated. Ooh, that's bad. That's very bad. We'll come back to that. That shouldn't have happened. So, yeah. So now we have a view, right? If I go to users in Auth0, deflux exists. I'm going to go on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go and assign all the permissions so that deflux can. Okay. Now, if we go back to this, now does full stack include client? Question. Tickets view does not include client, so client is not currently running. Let's run that is. So let's run that. Add that to the stack right now. This is one of the things I do like. Rider, the debugging experience, stopping and starting pieces of your application is pretty smooth from within here. I haven't tried to do that in Visual Studio in a while, so but I do like the way I can just drop down the menu and start and stop things. Just make it smoother. Okay. That's that. So now this should be running, right? Oh no. I did not start. Oh. Why did that not start? Still view. Oh, the placeholder shouldn't run. I don't care about the placeholder. Care about Angular view. Ah, okay. That's interesting. Okay, now this is running. There we go. So I have to start the SPA proxy up to start that. So yeah, I might want to change that at some point. I probably don't want the proxy in place anymore with this one. So now when I click to sign in, I'm presented with a placeholder, right? So this I can ultimately design, but yeah. So reflux@gmail.com, and where are you? Where's the password? Password is cheapest for a, and now never accept access to profile and email, and now that's signed in, right? I haven't done that part yet, but that's not, I just need to validate that still functions. So we can register a tenant through the API with that information. Now I just need to make the modifications to do street address and whatnot on this one. That was a very long time to get around to that, but I want to thank you all for being here, by the way. The chat today has been fantastic. It's been really great to have so many people in here and so many different experiences. So thank you. Okay, so step 2. So we're gonna cut this down significantly. So this is street address. That I was able to answer you. That's very cool. You. There you are. Thank you, Online. I appreciate it. Very flattering. Thank you. I'm always dropping on C# streams. Well, you don't see anything else. Well, he says doing Angular. You don't generally see anything else on my streams, right? So we cut that down, get rid of sublocalities. We get to clean this up a little bit, right? So we get rid of street 2, we get rid of sublocalities. That cleans that up a lot. There's a lot of game dev on Twitch, and that's fantastic. The creativity, and it's fascinating to watch a lot of dev streams. But for a lot of people as well, this is reality, right? Building an application, and the reason I'm streaming this one is, and I would imagine it's pretty similar to you online. This is real. This is a real development. This isn't. I'm not treating this like it's a hobby project or a quick, hey, look, here's how to do a thing. I'm treating this as if it's a full-on product, and I actually want it to become a full product, right? So I'm trying to treat it with a level of professionalism and energy that I would any. So I think giving this perspective is useful for people. So it's quite daunting to look at full application, but it comes about, and sharing that experience is kind of why I'm doing this. So yeah, it's going to confuse me still being in WebStorm. Region. Can't believe I made that typo. That's funny. Region. Okay, so we got the postal code, state, province, or region. So that is, yeah, that. Yep. House, number, street, or apartment. We're gonna call that street address again. Street address. I do kind of like to line them up. Street address, city, town, or village, state, province, region. Again, I'm not doing any sort of this form ultimately will become a little bit more involved. But for right now, it's kind of complicated enough, so I'm gonna make it any harder. Shy. Doing good. How are you doing? How's things? Tired? Oh no. Okay. So why are you complaining about registration? Registration services complaining. So let's go over here. Go to our API service. There we go. So address, street address. Okay, address. Tired doesn't mean bad though. Hopefully you are doing good. Yeah. So I have to learn something about Angular. I have to learn about using environments properly. Putting the environment variables out. So ultimately this should go into there. Why did that not? Why is that allowing that? That's weird. Okay. I'll worry about that later. But yeah, so this would actually be the API endpoint of the gateway, not of the app. So these endpoints are going to change eventually to be more representative of the overall behavior. What? I didn't start the application again. Oh, I dislike it when it does that. You can get Angular confused enough with saving that it'll restart the app like that. Had a busy day, or at least for my head. For the rest of them, okay. I just didn't sleep enough. Yeah, that's important. Sleep is good. So don't you get stuck in some weird loop of restarting. Okay. Let's try and register this. So I can register password. Now I have to, because I know this is going to create a auth0 user, I have to at least match that. Actually it needs to send an email, so valid at gmail.com. Simple password. So as may be obvious, I do not hide my real name. I do treat the stream as professional piece. So, you know, to me, as risky as that may seem, it is 123 Main Street. City is Middletown. Okay. Oh no. I don't know what that is, but so when you see my name up on the screen, I know that I'm releasing that information, but I don't hide it. So I'm not doxing myself in any way there. So I got to fix that overlay. So now when I register this, there we go. So we should see over here. There you go. There's user 21. There's me. We should see a tenant here. Yeah, tenant 21. There's simple practice. So, why are you restarting? So that did register the tenant. That did complete. That all went through. So then we go to finishing. There we go. So that is working. So now I've got to put validation on those things. I've got to make sure they're there. I got to do all that sort of fun stuff. Got to get that overlay of that menu working. So not where I wanted to be, but I'm in the UI, which is something I'm never really that comfortable with. Now, as always, if you have questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, please feel free to share. Let me show you kind of this as well. So this is the functional before pretty for me. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do here is I'm actually trying to balance a little bit of, so I know that people like to see things, right? And when I'm writing so much code, people don't visualize it, especially when I'm just using an API tool. And I was actually talking with Deflux about how do I get this moved forward and actually kind of demonstrate it, but also be able to potentially put it as a product before I'm ready for the entire thing, right? It's but I'm definitely trying to change that habit, as you can tell from my mod. Yeah, you got to spend. I think you got to spend some time working on it. I think there's too much. You can try and refine it too much. I really would love to find. I know it's not really a thing that I've seen, but if anyone does UI UX, right? If I could find someone who streams that, that'd be fascinating. I'd be fully willing to say, hey, you want to design my site on stream, go through all the things and the problems and the challenges. I would be happy to share information there and do that. So I think there's definitely some value to doing it, especially on stream. Sharing that creative process, because but we have to, when you're building an application of any substance, which you are as well, right? You've got to put on so many different hats, and when you're streaming it, you've got to balance productivity, creativity, with kind of interactivity, which you normally would not need to do that third part if you're developing it on your own. So how do you best shuffle it all? So I'm doing the UI stuff because I think it is worthwhile people seeing what my vision looks like, but also I can start to build the application, start to show here's, because I've got to build so much more to this, right? I've got to build a billing backend, because even though I'm not making a product as such yet, I've still got to be able to be prepared for that piece. Otherwise, I'm never going to get anywhere. So I've got to build an entire management backend to the application and do all those sorts of things. It's a lot. It's a daunting task, and I stream most of the work. So, yeah, that I definitely get the functional before pretty, and it's why I was focused so much on API stuff. But it's hard. It's real hard. So I'm using hot chocolate for my GraphQL. So this is a library that I include, and then I expose all the items. So now in here I get IntelliSense, so I can say, hey, I want planning items, and I want the title, I want the description. I don't know how that. I think I went through this the other day. I can't. Yeah. Control plus plus. No, Control plus does not zoom. View, zoom in. View, zoom in. View, zoom in. But Control plus is going to do that for me. Anyway, the client GQL as well. I have to look. I'd be interested in learning more. Is it Control Shift plus? No. Whatever. I'd be interested in learning more. If you're Snibble, if you have any resources. Hot chocolate. Graph. I always end up going here, even though I know it's called chili cream. Strawberry shake. Okay. Oh, C# client. Okay, yeah. Nice. I haven't actually had to use the client, the client C# library. Yeah. Again, GraphQL is something that I know that I should look at and kind of figure out. Am I using it correctly? Is my use case too simplistic? I think my use case in this case is going to be actually one that's valid, right? Because I am pulling all this data together. I am producing a database that is for querying it. So yeah, so Banana Cake Pop, which I think is an awesome name. Yeah, and this model, I mean, I don't know if I think it is going to get significantly bigger and significantly more complicated. So I have a concept of kind of initiatives above planning items, and planning items can spawn many stories. So one planning item could produce multiple stories. And initiatives can have many planning items, because a planning item might not be just it might not be a one-to-one with the story. So I do have a lot of complicated, definitely complicated data perspectives in here that I think will represent easily on the visible side of things. The GraphQL, I think, will help pull those things together, allow me to navigate properly. But I can do review date. No worries, Shai. Thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you get some rest and feel better. Current user is not authorized to access. So again, I've got auth involved, right? So if we go back over here, I actually have that token. Yeah, I do. Oh, Chrome, come on. There you go. That's that one. Yeah. Have a good day. I get rest and not stream today. Yeah, that's the best part. If you're feeling tired, streaming does not help. You've really got to be yeah. Otherwise it'll just weigh you down even more, so get some rest. Thank you for stopping by though, I really do appreciate it. Wish I could change that. That's connection settings, authorization, apply. So I have no planning items, right? You can go over here, go to planning items, new planning item. There you go. So did you plan on this? We'll review that on the 29th. Should be able to do that. Couldn't connect to server, of course, because I shut that part down. Planning items project. We'll start that one up. We have a model with 40,000 columns or so and a bunch of relations. The Swagger generated client will be huge. So the strawberry shape lets you just create what you want from the model. 40,000 columns. I need to also start, because I'm going to do planning items, right? I also need to start the consumer for the view, right? So consumers, because when the planning item's added, it'll trigger an event. That event will trigger an event to happen in Kafka, which will publish the planning item to Kafka, and then the view consumer needs to consume it so I can see it in GraphQL. So we should be able to go hit that now. Again, because of the notification outbox, because of Kafka, etc. If pieces of the system aren't up at that point, it's fine. The only thing that's fatal is if the planning item system is down. Quite an normal amount of columns for ERP systems targeting small and medium business. Yeah. I don't, again, because I've worked in organizations that have, let's say they're experiencing growing pains. I don't always get to assess the true scale of the data that they're actually producing, because they don't look at it like that, right? Because they've not designed that data in that way. They've kind of like, oh, here's a table, here's a table, here's a table, here's a table. We need this, 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 and this. And again, one of the things I'm trying to do with this is I know full well the cost of having all these pieces broken out like I am, but it allows me to produce the right data. It allows me to not jumble everything together. It allows me to organize the data more cleanly. Doesn't sound right, but either way, it does allow me to organize it, so I'm able to assess the actual amount of information and take it in. I think so. But I'll be able to learn all the lessons. I think so. That created that. So our planning item should now be in our planning items, right? There's the planning item. Did you plan on this, right? And now the view will also have consumed that. And now when I go to here, there you go. So it's consumed. So now the view consumers pick that up, say, hey, I'm going to create a plan item. There you go. Done. Again, I can pick and choose. Created by user, name, deflux, right? So I like that aspect of GraphQL, and from the client perspective, I do actually have the code to query that already. One of the things I was trying to work on early on is try and get the pieces lined up so I could get Auth0 integrated and get the auth service working, so I could do the interceptor to add in the bearer token into the request, and it actually, the GraphQL client picks it up as well. So I got kind of lucky in that respect. I didn't have to do anything extra. So if I go to the list planning items, I have a query, right? And then I use Apollo here to. It's weird though. I know that you can kind of do some socketed stuff to actually have those queries update based upon events in the server. With that idea, just Sharp Fritz, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I just glanced up. Welcome. How did the stream go? Well, I hope. Welcome all. Welcome raiders. Thank you. So, quick introduction. I am a .NET developer, and I am working on an Agile management platform. I can show a diagram of what I'm kind of working on right now. Right, I'm kind of trying to build this system out in a componentized way. I'm building using .NET 8, using Kafka, publishing events, and using right now GraphQL. That's what we're kind of tinkering with right this second, and putting an Angular front end on there right now. I'm building Angular because it's something I know straight away. But the idea is that I'm going to build different clients for this for different purposes, so I can experiment with different technologies. But right now we're just going through the process of making sure this registration form works, adding validation, and the entire process is aimed. What I want to do is produce an Agile management platform. So we work with tools like Jira and things like that all the time. But what I'm going to do differently, or what I want to do differently, is I want to build it so that it is more management focused and gets the developer to get to developing. Right, so we get bogged down in meetings. We get bogged down in, oh, where are we with this item? Where are we with this item, etc. And I kind of want to get away from that. So I want to focus more on, hey, this thing changed. You care about it. This thing got moved from in development to complete. You care about it. The developer doesn't have to update you on that. The developer doesn't have to chase you and say, hey, you need to do this. If a thing needs to go from one team to another and it's moved, the thing is moved and the notifications happen and the people who care get notified. So I kind of I'm building a system that is based around just being more aware of where the information is and being able to notify people who care of where that is and giving them visibility of that before they even have to bother with a developer. So developers can develop, they can say, hey, what do I need to work on? And pick that out and just focus on the work they need to do without all the stuff. So I'm using a lot of different technologies. I'm building it to scale. Even though it's just an application, I do treat it very much as something that I do know from experience the cost of not doing this now. Right? Just building a straight stack won't necessarily help. Of course, ads played at that point. So, welcome all. If you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, and you're not behind an ad, apologies if you are. If you have any questions, thoughts, or opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to share. I'm happy to talk about this stuff. I'm happy to take challenges on what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, etc. So, it's open for discussion. I reserve the right to ignore any advice. But welcome all in. Thank you very much. So, we have the ability to, email, right? We can pull that information out, we can move it, so we can pick and choose. And this way I can show the summary off of the main screen, and I can pull our data out. So it's working pretty well. So the information is flowing through. The pieces are working, which is good. The chat's gone completely quiet and no one said anything. That's kind of unnerving. Okay, so these changes all work. The address changes went through. We got them saved. They're working fine. We now need to go back and make sure the validation is working. Thank you for the bit, Deflux. Appreciate it. Go on. Okay. All good. No, I'm here for the first time from C#. Welcome. Thank you very much, Lacano64. Thank you for everything. And yeah, if you have any questions on what I'm doing, I'm a .NET developer. I've been a .NET developer for over 20 years. I'm passionate about software development, so I have a lot in common with C# Fritz in that respect. Something I love doing. And streaming, I like to stream because application development is something that I think is scary to a lot of developers, newer developers and older developers, even alike. And I think I kind of want to share, here's my perspective on development. At least now I have a thing I can say about your project. This was the first time I heard the full description of the project. My apologies. Yeah, I gotta get better at that. It's kind of, some of it's still up in my head, and I'm trying to share it. This is my diagram just for showing my flow through the system for the view side of things, right? But this is the overall style, right? An API gateway will sit in front. I'll read and write through that gateway. Yeah, my focus is very much on being, right now it's on planning, right? This is my vertical slice that I'm working on, but it's ultimately ticketing and stories. So stories go over here. So I actually believe that planning is a separate entity to stories. So I actually am going to separate out the concept. So when a product manager, a product manager, a product owner, whatever you want to, is talking about the story, they can develop it and work on it without it actually being a story. So they can attach notes and stuff to that planning item that are just for the purpose of the planning, right? They can present that to developers, and developers say, no, we need a story here, we need a story there. And then they will be able to attach the stories, or they'll be able to create the stories from the planning item that then are actual stories that can be pointed and sized, etc., as development pieces. So planning can be a central component, and it can lay out differently. But it could have different rules, there could be different triggers, there could be all sorts of different information captured in the planning section of things that aren't part of the story, so it doesn't pollute. Right now we have things like Jira are these massive platforms, and I'm not saying that this is not going to be massive, but they're the massive platforms that everyone kind of tries to mold, like, here's what I want here, and now I need to cover this need, and I need to cover this need. And it's going to happen. Any system you have, it's not going to hit perfectly everyone's use case, because what happens is they don't adapt to the tooling, they adapt the tooling to what they do. It's the nature of the beast, right? We as humans like to invent process. So I'm seeing ticketing as an integral component, because if you're developing you're doing a product, ticketing, reporting from customers, problems, etc., comes in. That has a different way of working than the actual stories, right? So you can't, Jira does not work well for ticketing. It works well for project management and therefore the stories. But the ticketing aspect is still an integral flow of information through the system. So the way this works is if you're working on a ticket, you can promote a ticket to become a planning item. The ticket does not disappear. The ticket stays. It just goes into a completed state, and the planning item picks it up. So the planning item knows about the ticket it came from. So in this perspective, you can still see, hey, this planning item came from a ticket. Let's go and see the notes of the ticket. So when I'm displaying it, if a planning item came from a ticket, you'll be able to see all the ticket information as well as all the planning item information. Similarly, when you produce a story from a planning item, you'll be able to see the history, you'll be able to see the notes, where it came from, the customer, the problem, etc. And it's all in one place. It's not like word of mouth, or it shouldn't be lost. That's the problem, because oftentimes when you're working on something, you might not know why you're working on it. It might be a customer request, it might be whatever. So I'm trying to improve that to the point where all the developer sees is stories. But planning stays as planning until story is ready, and everything has a review date so that you can't just move on things. You know, that backlog of hundreds of items that sits there and never gets handled because it's scary. That will be prioritized, so it keeps reminding people, hey, review date passed, review date passed. And if you move you move something out too far in the future, well, because that's what's going to happen, right? People are going to go, I'm sick of getting notifications of this. I'm going to move it out to 6 months from now or a year from now. Okay, still present. It's still going to remind you in 6 months that it exists, and still going to ping you. That's on you. But yeah. So that's kind of most of what I'm working on is based around the management aspect of it, and I think that then frees up the developers to do development sort of things instead of everything else. So let's get back to this. So I need to do two things. I need to first put some validation on that client. Go here, pop that running, like that. Yeah. Start that. Okay, so it does start up. So that started. So now we can go here. I'm going to change that as well. That message is bugging me. So on the landing page, registration, step one. Step one, I have email at test, and that should just be email. Right? I think everyone knows at this point what email. Hi Temtic, how you doing? And the only reason I didn't shout C# for it is because I know everyone who's chatted in this stream knows who C# for it is. So, as it tells me, certain people were in there. So, One Van, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. C#. Mm-hmm. Well, today more Angular than C#, but yeah. Okay, so here's what we're working on right now. So I need two things to do. I need to add validation to these things, right? These are all required. So I need to start building a form out for this. I also then need to fix this. And this has caught me every time I've done this. So this is a Tailwind control that I've imported, and I do not know what I'm doing wrong with the CSS there, because the Z index is set high, but it's being contained by the parent element. But I don't know how to make it. Is that I want it absolute? No. Is it the positioning that's doing that? I.e., it's being located inside that parent element, or yeah. So I get to learn something about CSS at some point when I do this, because that's a display issue I need to clear up. Nothing will let it spill over unless you have overflow auto. Yeah, so right now that is, and I need to do a commit soon because this is So that is a simple select, right? And the simple select as the way the simple select is actually more complicated because what it does is it lays it all out as controls. Talking about eyes, my eyes are dead from working on a Word document for 2 days straight. I program a full week long, I have no issues. Well, if you're working on a Word document, your brain's obviously it's a different focus, and I would imagine not as creative unless you were writing a story. So this is the overlay, absolute Z auto, overflow auto. Let's see. So this sort of thing, what I'm doing here is obviously I'm introducing a pain point, right? So this sort of stuff is where developers will often do things to try and stop having to do that every time. You've got to be careful of, because you will end up trying to do something to make it so you don't have to enter all this information to get to this step. Ugh. So that now that overflow has gone down, I don't have a scroll bar because now it's off the screen, right? It's pushed everything down. So overflow. Sorry. What's overflow clip? Let's see. But yeah, you got to be careful if you introduce something to try and get past doing this every time, because obviously it's time consuming. Right, so that's clip, but then overflow. I mean, that's the default, isn't it? So it may be frustrating watching me do anything that's CSS wise. Right, I've definitely had to adjust for this kind of thing. I do have a pattern I follow, but I have to look at a piece. Yeah, this is not my comfort zone. My comfort zone is the back end of the code. See, that's cutting off there. Jack Kimberley, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. It is looking good. Like you like the way it's looking overall. Yeah, so there's some challenges to the behavior, so I'm gonna have to refine this. But yeah, it's like I'm with you. I've been put in a position where my primary responsibility is in front end. Like it's not something I'm like I enjoy the creativity aspect, like, but I get more stuck on the frustration levels of you know, oh, this isn't working. Why isn't this working? What am I actually looking up? That's a big challenge when you, as a developer, you know, the difference between an experienced developer and a less experienced developer is you just know more what to search, right? Thank you, D-Force. Thank you for the support. But and when I'm in the front end, because it's not somewhere I'm super comfortable with, I find myself struggling. So it's really a reset for me. You know, one of the things that you should always remember is it doesn't matter whether you've been doing this a month or decades, right? There's something new, there's something challenging there, and it's not always just simple to just start something and work with something, especially when there's so much to take in, right? I've got, you know, just to do this system, we're talking, there's a SQL database, there's fast endpoints, there's mediator libraries, there's GraphQL, there's Kafka. Am I overcomplicating a little bit myself? Maybe, you know, maybe I could make this simpler, but simpler doesn't necessarily make the application better. And I want to build an application that, even if this never gets to a production system, I can say, look, I can build this, and I'm sharing that journey on Twitch, right? So, or on streams. So, all the videos go to YouTube. So if you want to catch up or you want to review anything in the past, I have been streaming this for a couple of months. You're more than welcome to join the YouTube, to jump on YouTube and go and check them out as well. It's simple. I'm not learning anything. Yeah, I mean, there's some things that it's nice and easy. It's nice to be simple, right? It's nice to just be like, oh yeah, I'm comfortable here. But yeah, I think you've got to push yourself and challenge yourself, and that's how you grow, right? You got to learn. And if I just say, oh well, I'm not good at UI, so I'll just do the quickest possible thing, then I'm just cheating myself. Issue like diagrams, do you understand what a C4 model is? Suddenly we have to make this for school, but I've never seen it before. Neither is there an explanation. I just saw something on C4 models, and it made sense, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna spend some time on that. I think, yeah. Sorry, we're going a bit of a diversion. Yeah, I haven't seen it before, but I know what it. Yeah, abstractions. It's for different levels of diagram for different people, so that you are explaining different things. Yeah. Another absolute agree from me. I'm terrible with words. I just keep agreeing with you. So what you say is, I just kind of like. I think, coming from a self-taught background, I wish that as I grew through my earlier years in development, that, because again, I started programming before the internet was a thing, right? So I was learning on my own, very much so, and reading books and whatnot to try and get better. And I just took this approach of, I'm just going to code and I'm going to do what feels fun. And then I started looking at, oh well, like people like C# Fritz, and I was listening to .NET Rocks and listening to him and others on those podcasts and watching DNR TV, etc., and thinking, oh, I know nothing, and that imposter syndrome sits in hard. So I think that I like to be more verbal about it on stream, to kind of share that it exists, right? We all feel that at times. So Disco12345, thank you very much for the follow, by the way. When I feel uncomfortable, then I'm learning, but I don't always want to learn. Sometimes comfort is good. Yeah, sometimes comfort is very good. Yeah, I don't get it in my head. Amazing fun of school sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, I was looking at the C4 diagrams the other day, and I thought, maybe I'll pick that up and have a look and see if I can explain some of the, because I think an architecture diagram of some of what I'm doing would be helpful to share. You see that Imposters book? I'm not sure which one you're talking about. For reference, if you try and link something in chat, it will block. So sorry, I just got you there. There is a Discord. If you want to share links, you're more than welcome to drop in the Discord. There's no limit on joining. Yeah. If you remember in your round on Friday, bring this up again. Which part? The C4 or the imposter syndrome? No. So yeah, development is something I'm passionate about, but I think I share it so much because it. Yeah, I'm saying things that I think a lot of us feel and know anyway. So yeah. What I was going to say is, when I look at people, other developers, I look at the way they do things, and a few years ago I actually evolved to the point where I was like, you know what, I don't actually care if I'm hitting what other people think is the right way of development. I care that I write code I can maintain, code I can understand, code I'm not scared of. Fear is a big problem for me. I dislike it when we can't change something because we're scared of the outcome. Right? That is a bad way to be in any system. Right? If you're scared of your system, you've let it. You're letting the inmates run the asylum, right? So, I'm a big believer in treading my own path, I suppose it is. What kind of architecture are you using? So this kind of goes into that exact point. This is clean architecture aligned, I'm going to say, right? For the most part right now, it probably does pretty closely follow clean architecture. But on that topic, if you look up clean architecture examples, so if you go to the main ones that I find are Steve Smith, R. Dallas, Amichai, Martin Band, I think it is. Forgive me if I'm destroying his name. And several of the others. I found 4 or 5 different examples of clean architecture. And what you'll notice is they're the same but different, right? So, I've got to learn more about what I'm doing, but clean architecture in general, I'll say. So, referring to your dev journey, including the part about imposter syndrome. Okay, I was making soup, so behind your response. No worries. Yeah, I'll bring it up if you I'm not sure how I'm going to say, hey, do you remember what I talked about my dev journey? But yeah, I'd love to hear about that. So, assume without CQRS. To be honest, clean architecture also has too many styles. This is a guideline. This is CQRS, yeah. I'm using CQRS. I'm actually, by doing what I'm doing, I'm actually aligning more closely to CQRS than I've ever done. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll bring it up on Friday. Yeah, I forget. I come in and I listen, and then I'm like, the challenge of doing of catching streams during your workday, I suppose. But yeah, no, this is using CQRS, Authentic. I have no issues talking about it. So I stream, just for reference, by the way, I am extremely nervous, right? Especially getting 91-person raids coming in, right? I love doing what I'm doing, so hopefully that shows through more than any nerves, but I do not do well with public speaking because it is not something I'm very comfortable with, but it's something I think I have to do. I think that sharing this experience, sharing the development experience is useful. So yeah, in the middle of my word, yeah. This is CQRS. So I'm using a library called Mediator. So when my endpoints come in here, I'm sending commands. Or that's a bad example because that's kind of a wrapper command. But I send commands through my API. I forward them, and there is some patterns now in the fast endpoint stuff for basically just forwarding it straight through to Mediator. So my API goes through into my application. This executes use cases, which ultimately executes commands, which do the thing. Now I'm distributing that data, so when I event off this, so if I go in here, so when tenant user creates, this actually adds a domain event, tenant user was registered. When that saves and that commits, I have a subscriber for tenant user was registered here, which turns around and publishes an integration event to Kafka, which is, hey, this data was integrated, right? So, or this data needs integrating. So, and here's why. So it publishes that information, and then other systems can pick that up. One of those systems is my view system, right? So I'm not reading from this database anymore, right? There's no get. There's not going to be any get endpoints on here. There might be now. So there's no get endpoints. So my endpoints here in my tenant management system will only ever be puts, posts, and patches, etc. Right? There will never be gets, because the query side of stuff is handled in the view. So now the view database is pulling out the data. So it's probably more CQRS than I've ever been in an application. And I am too, anxious all the time leading up to the stream, during the stream, and for hours after the stream. Yeah, it's but I think people like yourself, streaming helps people. Like it's, and like I said, I think you and I developed for similar reasons. I think in that sharing application development, doing that on stream. This is app development, right? This is real. This might not be a real product right now, but it's aimed at being a real product. So if you want to follow along, you want to hang out and talk about this. So for reference, by the way, there is another project I do normally on Mondays and Tuesdays. I didn't do it today because I was late. But there's another project that's aimed at being more beginner friendly, right? So if you're a newcomer to this journey, you're more than welcome to check that project out. It is all the sources available. We're currently working on some features there. But you are the code is all available. We talk about it on stream. I only work on it on stream so that all the decisions, all the discussions, any interaction we have about it is all on stream and captured, and then put on YouTube for later. So that application is aimed at being an experience friendly. So if you want to do PRs, you want to do UI, you want to do backend, you want to do database, you can do all those sorts of things and tinker with it and take the project and work with it on your own if you want to. So that is more aimed at that. So I do that on Mondays and Tuesdays normally, but again, today was a late stream start. So you are using view models instead of DTOs. I use the view models as a replacement. I mean, they're just labels on thing. So a data transfer object, I suppose, is my command in this instance, right? So when I register, I send a command, right? In this case, I added an extra layer called, and I refer to it as a use case because it kind of does several things. And there's an opinion out there that a mediator command should not inject a mediator instance, so that it should not send other things. So I kind of wrapped it up into a use case, as I termed it. The endpoint sends a command. That command is listened to in, by command, right? So this command is my DTO, I suppose. It's data transfer. It's just passing this data into this thing, and this thing is doing it. It's a simple object. And then from the view perspective, I'm terming them view model because I'm only calling these view models because I don't want to expose the database model straight up, because again, I want to control the data that this is producing. So it does mean I'm having to do some adaptation here. So this query, I'm using our Dallas specifications, but ultimately this query is now just adapting to that view model. So, but I mean, a view model is just a label. It's still a data transfer object, right? I'm so confused between all the arguments and opinions I've heard about the difference between view model and DTO and my original understanding and opinion. Now the only thing that matters to me is the purpose of the class. Exactly. Yeah, it's I mean, it's an object without behavior that is used to transfer data from one place to another. DTOs, view models. I mean, the intended purpose. You could argue that the intended purpose is in its name. I got into a debate. What was it over? It was over models of some form. What was it about? Oh, because it's a view. I got into a discussion over, well, we're returning it to a list, so we need a list view model. I'm like, no, but it's a thing. It's a list of things. It represents that, and we kind of got in a debate over because the developer wanted to just call it a list view model, and I was like, no, just because it's being used, that's the things are leaking up now. You're actually specifying in your API how it's going to be used in the client. That's not the way that works. So naming can be powerful. Naming can be very useful. Yeah. View models can have logic in them if I remember correctly. I don't. Well, again, if you're doing MVVM stuff, are you doing? I'm just using it as a data transfer object, right? Now there is a view model. I think there's a view model in Water Drink Water that has a calculated field. It doesn't have the logic for its calculation. So there's sometimes when a little bit of behavioral stuff, like if there's a formatting needed, or this knows about it and it's kind of transferring it down to the client. Yeah. But yeah, the 2dev. I mean, I'm more than happy to if you have a different opinion or you see what I'm doing and you think I'm doing something wrong, I'm more than happy to discuss that. So this stream, I do as much coding as I can, but I don't mind it being about discussion. I don't mind it as long as it's productive and it's doing this sort of stuff. This is important, right? This is stuff that people just think everyone knows. We all have different views or opinions on how it's used, and we misuse them, and that's what one point about clean architecture before, right? The clean architecture, this is generally following it, but does it perfectly follow it? I don't know. What is perfectly following it? Someone wrote a book on it? Is that perfect? Awesome developers. Completely opinionated and can still be very wrong. My distinction with view models is that they contain properties that are used in UI. ETOs are POCOs that are solely used for getting object server resources to clients. Yeah, the naming is the labeling, yeah. But I think you got to be careful that you don't. View model is, here's what I'm willing to present, right? Here's what I'm going to share beyond my boundaries. Whether it's how it's used in the UI, I don't think that should creep into an API. Yeah, the view in this case, I'm using a view model purely to represent, hey, this is the data I'm sharing. And again, I'm doing that because I don't want to expose certain things, right? If I expose, so if I look at this, right, the ID, the title, the description, the review date, the created by user, the assigned user. I need this because I might need to refer to this. Now, this ID is the ID in the view system. It is not the ID shared. So this isn't sufficient to do what I need, right? I actually need on here, I might as well fix it. If I need to do anything with this object, I need its identifier, right? Because for reference, I know ID and identifier mean the same thing, right? But if I'm talking about an ID, this is consistent across the application, right? If I'm talking about an ID, I mean a primary key column, which I use for that database. If I say identifier, I mean an identifier that is globally unique across the application for that object. And it comes from its source of truth, right? Source of truth in this case is the planning system. Planning system owns planning item. This system does not recreate identifier. So if I need to refer to that object globally, I use its identifier. If I need to refer to it as, I probably don't ever need this, right? So why expose it, right? If I'm going to ask for the planning item from this system in query data, I could still use the identifier. So that we may review later. I guess I was thinking of view as relating to UI, but it sounds like I might want to start thinking more about view in SQL. Well, I mean, what do you want to present is the way I see view, right? Again, I get stuck on this, and this is kind of what held me up in the beginning, right? When we're developing an application, let's go to yeah. Developing an application, right? We're often thinking about it from what does it look like, right? And that's the way the user's thinking about it, right? Is that project public on GitHub? I kind of learn a lot about it. No, sadly, this project is not. I'm willing to share screenshots. I'm willing to share. I mean, you're more than welcome to take a screenshot. I'm willing to discuss it if you want to jump in the Discord and you want to ask questions specifically. I'm willing to share the general layout, but the code is closed source for this one, I'm afraid. The drink water app we will be building and kind of discussing these things and kind of flexing it. So you're more than welcome to get involved with that discussion as well. But that's the purpose of the drink water app. So we can say, hey, let's lay it out like this. So we're developing it right now it's developed in a kind of rough manner, and we're going to look at what it looks like to refactor that and rebuild that over time. But yeah, if you want to ask more specific questions, if you want some ideas of what the layout is, you're more than welcome. I'm trying to figure out more architectural diagrams to help go along with the stream to share more frequently. But the Discord is definitely somewhere you can check out. What I was saying in there was from an application perspective, you're often looking at it like people are trying to envision, here's how it should work, right? But how this works and how the actual code works are not necessarily the same. Yes, Ish. I tend to first think about what should this thing do first, but I do develop in the whole what does it look like. But like you, I prefer working in the logic and shy away from the UI, right? But if you like, again, people like to generate what they can see and use that as kind of the lead for what you're doing. But what often ends up happening is if you're developing this way, what you end up doing is writing objects that align very closely to the things you're seeing on the screen, right? Oh, okay, I need a planning item. And okay, I need a planning item right now. But you kind of tend to orient everything towards this. And the same with the view. When you're saying, I need this view, you want to figure out what you're presenting and what information you need, but you don't need to merge the concerns of what it actually looks like in a screen with what you're presenting from the data layer perspective. So I kind of think I try to treat view as very much, here's the kind of information I need, and I'll worry about manipulation on the client, which I think is where things like NGRX and like state stuff on the client comes into play, because then you can do all that extra merging and changing and tweaking. You've got all the data, and that's one of the things I'm going to look into more. State management on the client. That's a terrifying area. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but it's so much to take in. Yeah, I just so view models. In this case, I called them view models because I was just wanting to differentiate between the actual model. Because again, like I was saying, the planning view model here has this information on, but if I actually look in the model in the domain entity, planning item has a lot more attached to it, right? The tenant ID, you don't care about the tenant ID, so why present that data up to the front end? It's hidden. And again, this ID, it might go away, right? This I probably do need because I might need to update it or whatever. In which case, if I update it, I'm going to update it with this identifier, not with this ID. So, yeah. So I do love to keep the API as far away from its use case as possible, because I've been asked so many times throughout my career, oh, can we just use the API for this? Well, no, because we built the API very specific for the UI that we built it with. So it presents everything in a way that works for that specific client. No. Oh, it's just an API. But it's not just an API. It's kind of hard coded to the thing. But to wave to iPads. So anyway. Let's what time is it? Do I have a call? Oh. I am waiting for a call from the vets for my dog. On one of my dogs. The other one's been very quiet, very good. 4 hour 40 stream though. She's been asleep for a long time. So I probably should finish this up. So where am I going next? I am going to add validation for the step 2. Right? So obviously all this needs to be moved over to a form now. I need to figure out that UI layout. That is going to bug me, right? How do I get that to go out there? That's what I'd like to finish the stream with. I'd like some success on that piece. So if anyone's used Tailwind and has an idea of why, so this is an object contained within another object, because this is kind of a custom constructed, I say custom, it's a Tailwind UI component. No, sadly, my dog is there for health reasons, like future health reasons. He's being done today. He's a 9-month-old, almost 9-month-old dog. And his sister is missing him. He's there for his own health. It's not anything necessarily bad. But I will. If you haven't seen it before, 1 second. I'm gonna put up the BRB screen because they're. So that is Taylor and Loki. No CSS frameworks for me. I do have thoughts on how to get it to behave the way you want, but I'd want to give you a Tailwind approach instead. Like Tailwind is definitely. I like the layout. I like the components. It's just I gotta get my head into the way of doing it. Place content. No, that's just moving it around. Flex bots and grid. Oh, here we go. Position. Is this the problem? Is it the fact that I've got this as, so this is simple select sits here, relative watch me as I randomly play around with CSS because I'm terrible at it. Position fix, so it comes out of the container and using JS to set the initial position, update position, and scroll. I'm only guessing, but I think the issue is that it's inside of a container that does not allow overflow to show outside of it. Yeah. Oh. That's because I absolutely positioned it there. Oh. So that's relative. What happens if I absolutely position that? Class equals absolute. What happens if you do so absolute that and do with full? So my hope is that by the time I get through this first phase, right, what I end up with, because now it's breaking outside of its actual container. That doesn't, is that now everything's collapsed up on that? Yeah. Relative. Let's have a look at that. Let's see what that is. Yeah, my hope is that by the time I get through this first phase, obviously forms will be a little easier because I'll have things worked out, right? Okay, so that fixed still does that. I'll have some of the controls worked out. I'll have some of these things worked out, and it'll just get getting better. So fixed and absolute do almost the same thing. I also need to allow clicking out of it to close it, which is going to be another challenge. Yeah, I'm definitely happy to accept help. So that and that behave the same. I suppose it's not actually. It's this that I need to go outside, right? It's not. It's the UL, but is absolute positioned. Fixed. Z. So I set the Z thinking it would break it out, but it won't actually. Wow, that does not like that. Hey, that's better. I mean, it's not ideal. Width is full. Width is two-thirds. You and me both. It's all good. I'm willing to try things. If you're willing to give me ideas, I'm willing to try them. It does not bother me one bit. I do not need to be correct about this, right? I need to be. I'm happy to learn. So how do I get that now? Because obviously that's going to go. That's just going to go infinitely off there, right? Hold on. Let's see. Because the problem is now because I've broken it out. Let's oh, that's better. It's close. Watch how professional developers work. What can I guess at next? That's 2/3. So, oh, hold on. Let's make sure that's not going to do it because that did 2/3. So, what does that do to the? Actually, I think they only actually implemented in Tailwind. I think they only implemented up to Z50. Yeah, Z 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Negative. Okay, so we had with full, that fills that out. And then that is now. Does this have. So that's fixed Z50. But if I do with full there, what does that do? Can you use Z? I don't know. I don't think it's Z. Well, I don't know if it's Z. Because right now it's relative, right? So it ends up being constrained by the parent, which doesn't allow the overflow. So hold on that topic. So this is the, what's the parent? Step 2 is the parent. So this would have to allow overflow hidden. Hold on. Let's take that off. Let's see what happens. I'm going to fall foul of another problem here, by the way. I'm going to fall foul of the changing too many things at once problem. I mean, it works. I have a former colleague who is extremely good at being very rigid about changing one thing and then another thing and then another thing. It's weird that CSS, not that you need it, but it's no. Thank you for the help, Chupa. Did I pronounce that right, Chupa? Welcome, by the way. I do appreciate it. It's weird that 2/3 is 66% of the container and full width is 100% of the document. Can you put the rendered CSS in a code pen? I could do, yeah. What was I changing then? Rendered HTML. Oh. Elements. With the list expanded. Oh yeah, because it generates it. Of course, that would be very helpful. Yeah, that's generated. How do I do that? How do I do that? Can I do it from here? I realised I'd never done that before. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, gents. Sharing. Oh, no more system. Setting. Privacy. Okay, by default it's shared, right? That's the way this works. Hey, Duke Dev, how you doing? Welcome. That should be the HTML. Okay, so okay. Thank you for the follow, Duke Dev. Welcome. Hope you're well. So, this is the CSS struggle stream. Welcome aboard. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to finish up. How long have I been programming? I have been a developer for 25 years. I've done 20 years of that as a .NET developer. Okay. Unfortunately, I have to finish up, I'm afraid. If you haven't already, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. All the content I produce has been I stream to YouTube, and today for the first time I streamed to Kick, which I forgot to check it on. Oh no, Kick is still quiet. Again, if you're watching and you want to get some more information on what I'm doing, if you want to ask questions, I'm more than happy to share discussion about this project. I just don't share the project because this is something I want to make a product out of. This is something I'm passionate about, so I enjoy doing it, and I enjoy talking about it. Thanks for a great time. So glad I was able to. One line, it's been absolutely fantastic having you in here. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. Really appreciated everything. To everyone who's been in the stream today, for everyone who's been chatting, no worries, Jutev. Well, I stream 5 times a week. Again, you can reach out to me on YouTube. The videos all go up there. That's a good place to get in touch with me. Is the Discord. I do try and have a lot of active discussion in there. It should be in there, but it should be valid there as well. We had a conversation the other week about story pointing, so that was quite an active discussion. Yeah, all the content does get uploaded to YouTube, and this is a little rare of a stream. 5-hour streams are not normally not in the social session, about in the actual word part. No worries. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you very much for chatting. I really do appreciate it. I will be back again tomorrow morning, 7 till 9, unfortunately, a regular work week. Next couple of weeks, I actually have a few longer days, so I'll be able to stream more. But for now, that is me. Thank you very much. We're going to raid, I believe, for Tyndall, however you want to pronounce the name. I've heard it both ways. To quote Psych. So thank you very much. Take care. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you around. I'll see you in Tyndall's shop. I'm going to go talk to my wife. Take care, all. Thank you. Bye.